like the WrestleMania card is there or thereabouts. But yeah, if there are to be any twists, turns, then tonight could be the night. I do think that WrestleMania looks very good this year. We've spoken about that quite a bit. Tonight, there's not much that's been announced. We know that we're going to be seeing Asuka and Rhea Ripley doing a contract signing. We also know that we're going to be seeing Riddle taking on Sheamus. That is a non-title match. I would imagine there'll be some kind of a screwy finish or something that then means that we get that match at WrestleMania. We don't know about the Andre the Giant Battle Royal, so we might get that announced. We don't know about the Women's Battle Royal, so we might get that announced. But other than that, it's hard to know what little twists and turns. It doesn't look like there's going to be a Brock or a Cena or anyone like that, really, that's going to pop up now. So, yeah, hard to know what to expect, to be honest, when it comes to tonight's show. But hopefully they've got something. They've got 3 hours that they need to try and fill, and they need to try and entertain us. So hopefully they've got something up their sleeve. As we said, should be a really good, interesting week. I think that SmackDown is doing some interesting stuff as well. In fact, both shows have been fairly solid recently. So obviously this is WrestleMania season. We know that Logan Paul is going to be around when it comes to Friday and Sami Zayn. Apparently, it's confirmed that he will be at WrestleMania. They are going to have him involved in that Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens match. So Logan Paul is going to be making an appearance. So however you feel about Logan Paul, we know that's Friday. It's still something quite big and significant. It'll be very interesting to see how many of his fans actually tune in, because that's the whole point in doing this. The whole point in doing this is to get as many of his fans to tune in as possible. So it'll be very interesting to see how many do that. I'd love to know the data as to what ratings have been like in Latin America. I'd love to know what impact and influence Bad Bunny has had, because again, that's the whole point in him being a part of this, is to obviously get his fans to tune in. Doesn't seem like it's making any difference when you look at the ratings in America. No difference whatsoever. The US ratings are pretty much exactly as they were. So I'd be very interested to know how's it doing down in Brazil, Colombia, those kind of places. And see if the ratings had improved at all down there. But to be honest, I don't even know how big of a market that is for WWE. You never hear of WWE going to Colombia or going to Mexico or anything like this. It's very, very rare that they go to Mexico. I don't even know if they've ever been to Colombia and all of that kind of South America. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. But yeah, not much announced for tonight. Harley said Logan is going to bring so many eyes. Ghost Player says Logan is more chill than he was when he was boxing KSI, but Jake Paul has gotten even worse. I tell you, man, that Jake Paul press conference was absolutely embarrassing. I watched it, and I even tweeted straight away that it's like Jake Paul seems to think that it's funny and entertaining and maybe even witty to just make noise. Like, there were so many occasions where he didn't come out with like a sentence, he just made a noise. And I didn't think he came across well at all. And I'm not saying that as like a die-hard Jake Paul hater or anything like this. I genuinely mean, like, I don't know if even his fans could have watched that and said he came across really, really well. I don't know. I don't think he did. I'm not sure that Ben Askren came across all that well, to be honest. But yeah, it's just a bit of a car. The whole thing was a bit of a car crash, but I'm definitely still tuning in for that fight. What is better, Raw or SmackDown, says William. What is better? I think SmackDown, personally. I think it's been more consistent. I've enjoyed it more on a regular basis. I think that Raw at the start of the year was hit and miss at best. I do think it has improved greatly over the past month or so. But I still feel quite confident that SmackDown is the better show. So, yeah, I think SmackDown might be my current favourite show of the week, actually. So, yeah, Logan Paul feels like a Raw thing. Like, Logan Paul should be on Raw tonight. SmackDown doesn't feel like the right place for Logan Paul, to be honest. Although, if he has changed and he has matured and he has kind of chilled out, maybe he'll be all right. Perhaps SmackDown is Logan Paul. Perhaps Raw is Jake Paul. I'm not sure. When does it start? We got a little countdown clock at the bottom. Counting away. We're about 50 odd minutes away. Obviously, the clocks have changed here in the UK. So as a result, it might be a different time. We've gone back to it being midnight. It's now midnight again here in the UK. For the past couple of weeks, we were starting at 11. And we changed our clocks the other day. I know US had changed theirs the other week. So we were a little bit out of sync. But things are back to normal now. So, Days, this Sunday, will Ospreay be challenging Ibushi for the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship? Will be challenging him. Would you like to see him win it? No. No, I wouldn't. I don't mind Ospreay. I'm not an Ospreay hater or anything like this. I just think that he could get to the top. But what I love about New Japan is it's difficult. New Japan do not just hand out their championships. Certainly when it comes to the IWGP. I mean, Kota had been working Kota's what, 38, 40 years old. He's been working his whole life to try and get that championship. But he's had to compete with people like Okada and Tanahashi and Naito and Omega. And you've had all these people that have had these great championship reigns that's meant that Kota Ibushi has not been champion. And he finally did it. He finally reached the mountaintop at Wrestle Kingdom in January. So to see him lose it now, I think would be a shame. But also, I think it'd be a shame to see Ospreay get it relatively quickly. I know Ospreay's been around for a good few years, but it feels too soon, way too soon to be putting the big one on Ospreay. So no, I personally wouldn't do that. I'd have him just fall short. He's going to have him look amazing, as he normally does. But no, I'd say this is too soon. How do you feel about the WrestleMania 37 card? I personally really like it. I think it's a very stacked card. There's a couple of matches on there that I'm not that keen on, that I would change. The Bad Bunny one being one, and can't remember the other one. Oh, the Shane Braun match I would change as well. But honestly, other than that, I think it's a solid card. Really excited. Days, who are your top 5 favorite UFC fighters? Mine are Till, Holloway, Chandler, Gaethje, and Ngannou. The Till fight night starts at 5, so you can watch it before WrestleMania. Come on! That's great news. I mean, not great news for, like, my sleep, but great news in the sense that we can do... that's great. That is great. We can do UFC and then we can go into WrestleMania. Okay, cool. I was really worried that we were going to have to be watching both at the same time. And honestly, you just want to watch WrestleMania, or I do. I just want to watch WrestleMania. But I'm really into that Till fight, of course. He's like one of the biggest prospects out of the UK, so definitely interested in watching him compete. So, top 5 that are competing right now? Probably Ngannou after that performance. Didn't expect him to beat Stipe. I said it all night long. I don't expect him. Stipe's the GOAT. Stipe's going to come in. He's going to have speed. People were saying, what if he clips him? It's like, well, he didn't. He clipped him last time and it was fine. And this time it wasn't fine. So, yeah. Ngannou, man, that is a star-making performance, isn't it? That is, he could be like the new Brock easily, like could be that big of a star. So Ngannou, I agree, something very special. So very impressed with him, and yeah, I like what I see. Obviously, Amanda Nunes, Lady Goat. Got to put that respect. Got to put that respect where it's due. I love Thug Rose, so I'd go with her as well. Connor, how can you not say Connor? I mean, he just brings the entertainment value. Do you know what I mean? When Connor's in town, everything just feels so much bigger, so much more important. So I would say Connor. I do love Ferguson. I've always loved Ferguson, so I'd probably say Ferguson as well. But I must admit, Poirier as well, and Holloway, Max Holloway with that performance at the start of the year, absolutely incredible. Yeah, there's a few. There's a few. I was really impressed with Miranda Maverick as well the other day, also. So hard to whittle it down to five, but there's some names for you. Edward said Rob Van Dam is in the Hall of Fame this year. Please respond. Yes, he is. It's news that we've known about for a while, so it's not like a big shock or a surprise. Much deserved. I mean, honestly, what do you need to say about Rob Van Dam? Obviously, you know, main star in ECW, came over to WWE and fitted in perfectly in WWE as well. You know, he was so outlandish. He was so eye-catching. He was just his ring attire, everything about him. I think his ring attire, you know, is really important. It might sound crazy, but in WWE, I think his ring attire was so detailed and so interesting and so different to what other people had that I do think it helped him to stand out. And then you put on his obviously his move set as well, and his high flying and his risk taking and everything. And you know, the fact that he had that ECW background. I think if you came from ECW, you were greatly respected because you worked that harder style and you were kind of seen as being rough and legit. And I think it helped. So putting him in with matches like Cena, do you know what I mean? That's one of my all-time favorite matches, mainly for the crowd. But seeing Cena take on Rob Van Dam in front of that red-hot crowd where Cena takes his shirt off, throws it in the crowd, and that guy throws it back because they don't want anything to do with John Cena. They don't want anything to do with the WWE Golden Boy. They're there to support Rob Van Dam. And Cena again throws his shirt in the crowd. It comes back again. No one wants anything to do with Cena. And that is where the "if Cena wins, we riot" sign was at that show. That I'm sure you guys have seen on social media get memed many, many times. So, yeah, if Cena wins, we riot. And that was Cena versus Rob Van Dam. That's one of the first matches that comes to mind when I think of Rob Van Dam. That was awesome. But he was involved in some great angles. Obviously achieved a lot. Former WWE champion, and obviously ECW champion. And yeah, what do you say? More than deserves to go in. More than deserves to go in. So really pleased for him. And that was rumored last week, but finally announced earlier on Twitter by WWE. Feb074 says some of the things as a result of Vince's obsession with money. A PG product that sucks. Censoring of classic moments. Blocking YouTube videos for the country that gives you the highest ratings. Yeah, that is all true. So India, isn't it, that gets blocked with videos now, and it goes through Sony or something instead. So yeah, I mean, we've spoken a little bit about that censoring, and it's a very hot topic, as you can imagine. It's a very sensitive subject as well, because you are starting to touch on some very real issues, and I still I can't give you an answer. It's one of the only things I can't give you an answer on. I've pretty much got an opinion on everything, but with this, I find it very difficult because I can see pros and cons to it with the Peacock censoring, because I do think there's stuff that WWE have done in the past that is uncomfortable, I think is the nice way to put it. I don't know that there's any malice to it, but it's uncomfortable. Certainly in 2021 to watch. Like the Roddy Piper thing, where he's, black one half and white the other half. And we spoke about the context of that and how it was actually a positive message that he was trying to send. He wasn't doing it like to degrade or demean. It was from a positive place. But I totally understand that it's uncomfortable and unacceptable. So part of me is like, yeah, it should be censored. But then part of me is like, I think if that was the only thing, you'd be like, okay, yeah, I get it. But what happens to like Kamala? Do you know what I mean? What if someone looks at Kamala and says that's insensitive? I mean, there's nothing wrong with the Kamala character to me. He was a tribesman. The character was someone that was, found in the deepest, darkest jungles of Uganda, and he was a tribesman, and as a result, they brought him over. He's uncivilized and out of control, and he's trying to fit in and understand the Western world. And some of my favorite things that he used to do was like he used to try and pin people whilst they were face down because he didn't understand how to pin people because he'd never watched wrestling because he was from the jungles of Uganda. So it's like, my concern with it would be, where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line? Where do you say this should be censored and this is fine? Because there's always going to be grey areas. And honestly, it kind of feels like once you start picking at that thread, the whole jumper might unravel. Do you know, like, I understand there's a few uncomfortable bits. Once you start pulling at that, lots of stuff might be falling apart. What do you do with Benoit? What do you do with Benoit? Because he killed his son. So are you going to allow all of his matches to remain? How are you going to remove them? How are you going to take all of his segments out of wrestling? How are the stories going to make any sense for people that are going to go back and watch? He's too heavily involved. People are going to be winning feuds against him and winning titles, and titles are going to change hands. You're not going to understand how anything pieces together. This is what I'm saying. I don't know the right answer on it. It definitely makes me uncomfortable, the whole censorship thing. But equally, I do understand why Peacock are doing it. I do understand why they're doing it. And I do understand there's stuff that's happened in wrestling that doesn't reflect their views and values. But is it not better to just put a little warning at the start saying the following program contains material that does not reflect the views and values of Peacock? Is that maybe not a better way forward? I don't know. This is what I'm saying. It's difficult. It is really, really difficult. We have touched on that subject a couple of times, and we never get anywhere. There's people that say, yeah, they're right to do it. There's people that say, no, they should do the little warning at the start instead. I do think it's a very interesting conversation to have, because I would never want to shy away from any conversation, because that's the whole point why we're here. Do you know what I mean? To try and make sense of it and share our opinions on things. And I wouldn't want to shy away from anything, but I just don't really have the answer for it, because I think it's a very difficult one. So personally, I think I would go with the warning at the start, because I think when you pick that thread, a lot can unravel. And also, I don't know where you would draw the line of what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. How Apollo Crews right now? Do you know what I mean? Apollo Crews right now. That makes some people uncomfortable. I see loads of people complaining about it online. So should we be censoring it right now in 2021? I don't know. It's hard, isn't it? It's difficult to know what the right thing to do is. Harley says, Days, you should watch a clip of Logan now and then watch a clip of him from 2017. The results are shocking. I doubt I'd be shocked. I'd be upset that I've wasted my time. But with Jake, honestly, he's probably managed to get worse. Yeah, I mean, I'm just not interested in Logan. It's even if he has changed, I'm just he's not making. He's doing a podcast. I understand talking to different people. I'm sure it's fun. I'm sure it's fine, but I don't know. I think he's just not my kind of a person, even if he has changed a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see what he brings. Hopefully some eyes, and hopefully some new audience. Days, WrestleMania stage construction has begun. Cool. Do you think Goldberg's returning tonight? That's an interesting one, actually. We were talking about we don't know what surprises there could be in store. Goldberg is one that I actually don't know how many performances he's got left on his contract. So, yeah, that's an interesting one. I could see there being a Goldberg match. I would love it if Riddle beat Sheamus and Goldberg interfered or something. That would be amazing. Because I would love that Goldberg Riddle match, but we're not going to get it. We're not going to get it. So, yeah, I don't know. Hard one. A hard one to say, but I'm going to say no. Miss Clown 1 says, I saw Ospreay in the UK before. While Indy, he was amazing, but his attitude stank. Yeah, I have heard this. I have heard this about him. Apparently, he does have a slight attitude to him. I don't mind that from wrestlers, to be honest, because I do think that it's to be expected from people that are on the road all the time and, night after night working in different towns. And I don't know. I suppose there is something to be said in, being nice to the fans, but I suppose it depends if you're a face or a heel, doesn't it? If you're a heel, you can get away with anything. If you're a face, then you probably really should be nice to the fans. But, yeah, depends. Are you excited for Fiend and Orton? No, bud. I'm hoping that it's going to be a straight-up match, normal match. And honestly, I don't even mind if the Fiend wins. If the Fiend wins, but it's a normal straight-up match and it's a good match, I'll be one of the first in line to give it praise and to say that it was really good. As I said, I've got no issue with supporting the Fiend going forward or anything like that, but my concern is it's going to be supernatural. It's going to be just, to me, worthless. I want something that's gritty and has got drama, but is based in the same world that everyone else seems to be operating in. It's just too jarring having him doing all this supernatural stuff that doesn't fit in with this world that has got Seth and Cesaro and Daniel Bryan and all these people. It just doesn't fit. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what they give us. Hopefully, a great entrance. Hopefully, a really good match. I mean, you've got to think. I know people love talking about The Undertaker and comparing him to The Undertaker. But it's like, look at Undertaker's WrestleMania matches. Like, they were all legit. And as a result, you had the streak that people loved. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know if you could start a streak for the Fiend because I still don't know what happened last year at WrestleMania. I still haven't. I don't think anyone has still figured out what the flip we saw from the Firefly Funhouse match. So I don't know if he's 1-0 or what that was. So I don't know. You probably can't start a streak. But yeah, I'm hoping for a great match. Let's put it that way. But I'm not sure. Anna, shout out to you. Says, the network are policed by WWE corporate and it is a closed medium, whereas Peacock is a public liability standard company. So very different standards. I totally understand why Peacock want to do that. I understand that if there's something on there that someone sees and they're offended, that it's Peacock's name above the door. So, yeah, I totally understand. That's why it's difficult. That's why it's difficult because Peacock has to answer for all the content that it puts out there. So I get it. I totally understand. And I also understand that once WWE leave Peacock, I mean, currently this doesn't even affect me personally. Like in the UK, I've still got the network, so I've still got everything. In America, you are getting things censored, and I do understand why, as we said, because it's Peacock's name above the door. But I still don't like it, and I still don't like someone deciding what is acceptable and what isn't acceptable, because I do think that everyone has got a different tolerance level as to what is acceptable and what isn't acceptable. Not just when it comes to race, but when it comes to like sexism and violence and lots of different aspects. We're not just talking about like the Roddy Piper moment. We're talking about all moments. We're talking about like, was Katie Vick too far? Was like some of the girls stripping down too far? I mean, like, honestly, if you're gonna take all those moments away, I don't even know what the Attitude Era looks like. I don't even know if there was an Attitude Era. So this is what I'm saying. It's difficult. It's difficult because I don't know where that line is. And we might not be talking about one or two moments. We might be talking about thousands of moments. Like, wrestling might turn, I don't know what it looks like afterwards. And I suppose that's the concern. Maybe once we see what they've done, because apparently they've hired people to go through the whole catalog and watch it all. There's people watching the whole network to make sure that it reaches Peacock standards. That seems just mind-blowing to me. But mainly because like the network has been out there and I've not heard of any complaints from wrestling fans. So I still don't understand why a little disclaimer at the start saying that, you know, Peacock is not responsible or something like this. This is archive footage that's been left untouched for, you know, historical purposes or something. I don't know. It's difficult because I do see that Peacock's name's above the door. I do understand that there's sensitive material in there and things that were regrettable and things that are uncomfortable. But I do also understand that someone else is deciding where the tolerances are for violence, for sexism and all this. And it doesn't sit well with me, to be honest. I'm not a fan of that kind of censorship. Don't know. Yeah, I just keep coming back to I don't know. I'm trying to give you as much thoughts on it as I can, and I'm trying not to shy away from that conversation because it's not an easy conversation, but it's a conversation worth having. And as we said, there will be people with very different opinions on it. There'll be people that think, yeah, censor it all. I don't care what gets cut out. If it's unacceptable, it's unacceptable. I totally understand that. I get that point of view. And then there'll be people that say, no, leave it as it is. Say that there's things in there that are, you know, unacceptable, and put a little disclaimer at the start, but leave it untouched. That way the story still makes sense. And, you know, it's still what we've seen. I can get that point of view as well. There might be some people in the middle. There's going to be people all over the spectrum. So it's like, it's a difficult one. It's been a very interesting conversation, actually, listening to what people have said on it. I've listened to people that have been all over that spectrum. It's been very, very interesting. I mean, ultimately, it's not for anything for us to get too concerned with because Peacock are doing it. It's happening, and it is what it is. But I think it's fine to have a conversation on it. Clearly this is a subject that interests people because we do keep coming back to it. And it's not something that I ever have in my notes to talk about, to be honest. But it just keeps getting mentioned, keeps getting brought up, and we keep going back to it. So it shows that there is an interest there on it. So we'll see. We'll see what comes out of it. But it's a great point, Anna. It is a great point. The network policed by WWE corporate, and it is a closed medium, whereas Peacock is public liability standard company. So there are different standards. Hope you are well, by the way. Alex says, Days, since WrestleMania is 2 nights long, why in the world didn't WWE have it as Raw night 1 and SmackDown as night 2? That was mentioned in regards to the main events. I suppose they could have done that, but I don't know that they are thinking that way. I don't know. I don't know that they are thinking that way. I suppose they could, because you've got the title match, you've got the women's match, and then obviously you've got a mid-card title, you've got tag team titles. I don't know what you would do with the Battle Royals. I suppose you could have Andre on one and the women's on the other, because they tend to be mixed. So I suppose you could do that. Will Raw have more matches, because Raw's a 3-hour show, and so is it going to be providing more matches? Does it split equally? I'm not too sure. Do you know what? To be honest, I don't even know if they knew, because I think we've all heard the stories about how Vince has been changing his minds on things. So it might be that idea was floated, but the lack of clarity as to what the matches were actually going to be meant that they couldn't really go that way. Plus also, I think WrestleMania is like a celebration of WWE. I wouldn't really want night 1 to be like Raw themed in any way, and night 2 to be SmackDown themed. WrestleMania to me is where everyone comes together. It's like the big pay-per-view of the year, where there isn't a Raw and a SmackDown really. It's WWE. It's a celebration of WWE. So yeah, I'm all right with them not doing that. I understand it would make sense in regards to maybe the main events. You do the Raw women's and the WWE one night. You do the SmackDown women's and Roman Edge. They might have done that. I haven't actually seen how they've split it up, so they might even have done that. But I wouldn't theme it Raw and SmackDown, or have any mention really of Raw and SmackDown. Dave's thoughts on Katie Lee Burchill. Something happened to her. I mean, she was good, but I don't know is she in the news or something? You missed another super chat from Anna. Oh, okay, hang on. Anna says, so a secondary question. Do you feel as this network change could long hurt the company? I feel as this could be a longer issue for them. Network change could hurt the company. Do you mean just going to Peacock in general? Because you would think that might help the company, because people that still want the network are still going to sign up to Peacock to get the network, but you can sign up to Peacock and get the network without doing it on purpose. Like right now, if you want the network, you have to sign up for the network. You have to be a wrestling fan and pay your $9.99. Whereas there's a lot more people, is it 20 million, that have got Peacock that aren't wrestling fans, that would never get the network, that are now going to have it available. And what WWE need to find a way of doing now is getting that 20 million to tune into WrestleMania or whatever it might be, and find a way of getting them engaged. Because hopefully if you can hook them, you then might be able to get them coming back week after week after week. So I kind of feel like it makes a lot of sense for them to put themselves out there on a platform like Peacock, where there's all these people that aren't normally exposed to wrestling that you might be able to advertise to. Do you know what I mean? Put little ads. Imagine if you're watching The Office and just before it starts, this Sunday, live on Peacock, WrestleMania 37, the wrestling extravaganza of the year, free on Peacock this Sunday. And like you've got all the stars, you've got Roman, you've got Edge and all this kind of stuff. You might be able to just get a few people for free. I can watch WrestleMania for free just because I got Peacock on Sunday. Might start making some plans, inviting some friends round. I don't know. You'd have to think that some people would do that. Maybe not tons, but I don't know. It's got to be better. Not only are they getting $1 billion, but they're potentially getting more exposure. So I would imagine they're quite excited by that. So will it hurt them in the long run? I don't know. It might be tricky when they go back to being a standalone network if they leave Peacock to see how many people follow back over. That is going to depend on how hot the product is at the time. If they do well and the product's on fire, people are loving it, then if it leaves Peacock, well, first of all, you'd imagine Peacock wouldn't want it to leave. But if it did leave Peacock, then they might be all right in attracting people to sign back up to a standalone network. That'll be hard. That'll be difficult. That'll be where the long-term issues might come in. So yeah, another interesting point. Another very, very interesting point. Days, who do you want to win between Roman, Edge, and Daniel? And Drew versus Bobby. I like Roman, Edge, and Daniel. I want Roman because Roman's a heel. I think there's loads of options for him after WrestleMania. I would love to see Cesaro get his shot. I would love to see Big E right up there as well. Maybe Nakamura. We don't know what's happening with some of the other talent that's coming through. There's quite a bit, actually. SmackDown's in a good place. So I really think there's quite a few options for Roman. Not as many options, seemingly, for Edge. I mean, you can still do face versus face. You could do Edge Cesaro. And certainly this is an Edge with an Edge. So you could certainly do that. But I don't know. I like the Tribal Chief story. I like the idea that Roman keeps hold of the title for longer. I like the idea that whoever beats him, it's going to really matter. And I'd like that person to be Cesaro, Big E, someone like that. I don't know that Edge needs to be that person. I understand it's a lovely feel-good moment that Edge came back and he won the title. I understand that. But I wouldn't do it. He could probably get the title at some point before he does walk away and retire. But I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't put the title on Edge yet. I would have Roman standing tall and then bring someone out after. Brock. Imagine Brock walks out at WrestleMania after the match. Roman beats Edge, beating up Edge. After the match, Brock's music hits. He comes down and we get him going after Roman. Or The Rock's music hits and The Rock walks out on the entrance stage. In fact, it doesn't even need to do anything. It's just good enough to stop Roman from beating up on Edge. And we just get a stare down. Just that stare down. That stare down alone would be a massive WrestleMania moment where you've got Roman in the ring staring at the entrance ramp. You got The Rock staring back. And you just know that they're on a collision course. You just know. Nothing needs to be said. WrestleMania can end that way. People will be losing their minds. Raw will do mental ratings. And it would be absolutely huge. That excites me a lot more than Edge winning, to be honest. So, I'd go that way. Feb074 says, Days, I hope Vince and his money craze doesn't reach a stage where a sponsor finds a Fiend mask creepy and he ends up removing or altering him. WWE is getting too much money to hurt fans in many ways. Well, I mean, it's business. I do understand that it's business. I do understand that in order to have as many stars as what we do, in order to have Thunderdomes, in order to have, a lot of the stuff that we get WrestleMania on the scale that we get it, you need to do these kinds of things, Those deals with Saudi Arabia, it was dirty, didn't feel right, but it was considerable money. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that will have paid for some stuff like the Thunderdome and all the stars that we get and NXT and the expansion with NXT UK and, they're looking to expand further. So this money does get used. I understand it also lines the pockets of Vince, but don't forget, even though Vince is like a billionaire, he's only a billionaire because of how much WWE is worth. He doesn't have billions in the bank. He doesn't. He's not got like a billions of dollars. It's all tied up in the company. He would have to sell the company. Like, he is a billionaire because WWE is worth billions. If WWE wasn't worth billions, Vince wouldn't be a billionaire. So Vince's wealth is a reflection of the company and how well the company's doing. So him getting that money from Peacock obviously pushes up his personal wealth as well. But it's not like he's got a billions in the bank and WWE. It's basically one and the same. So I think that obviously the stuff that's frustrating, certainly in India, where your YouTube clips are being restricted. I don't know the full story of that, to be honest, but I've heard from a couple of people that it's frustrating. So it must be an issue. It must be a problem over there. Peacock thing. I mean, I like it on Peacock, to be honest. I like it on Peacock. I think it moving over to Peacock is a good thing. As we said, I think it's going to bring new eyes to the product. I think people in America get more for their money as well. So it's hard to complain at that. The censorship thing is, interesting and something that we've spoken about and something where people are all over the scale, and that's fine. And I can't remember the other one. That you mentioned, but I do understand it. I don't know. I disagree with some of it. I agree with some of it, but it's at the end of the day, business is business, and WWE has always been a business. Even the Fiend, I'm sorry to say, is there to sell merch, to sell masks, to sell, do you know what I mean, tickets. That's the only reason that he exists, is to, sell merch, tickets, computer games. At the end of the day, this whole thing is nothing but a business. So I kind of think you have to take it with a pinch of salt. Do you know what I mean? You can't get too bogged down in getting upset by those kinds of things, because if you boil it down, all of wrestling is business. Look at Hogan. Hey kids, say your prayers and eat your vitamins. What did WWE do? They released Hulk Hogan vitamins. Of course they did. I'm amazed they didn't release Hulk Hogan Bibles so that you could say your prayers with a Hulk Hogan Bible as well. It's all a business. Days, will they do got Gilbert versus Riddle? I don't think so. Am I old enough to watch this show? I'm 14. I think so. I don't think this is I think it's PG, this one, isn't it? It's only yesterday where it was Attitude Era that we snuck into a 15 rating. Eric Rowan was released. He was released a little while ago, wasn't he? I don't know what he's doing now, actually. Wrestle with Andy. Shout out to you. All I want is the Sandman's ECW theme back. I hope you are well, Wrestle with Andy. I was thinking about your WrestleMania Rage comment, and it's like, I wonder, a nice idea out there for someone to revisit that and pull out. I wonder if there's some juicy stuff in that WrestleMania Rage video. Because I always love, one of the things I love about watching old WrestleManias, and big shout out to everyone that joined us yesterday, but what I always love, and here's another little video idea, I love Access. Access has always interested me because we don't have anything like Access here. We do have some fan conventions, but where can you go to actually stand in a ring and meet wrestlers and see an elimination chamber and walk through the neon entranceway and go to the Mattel booth to look at the latest figures and dive into a foam pit so that you can practice your aerial moves and all these different, massive, biggest WWE shop in the world's there. And you can see NXT. They put an NXT ring up and you can watch people wrestle. Access has grown into such an interesting, vibrant place, and these Hall of Fame exhibitions that they have. My dream is not actually to go to WrestleMania. My dream is to go to Access, which sounds bizarre because, like, why is your dream not to go to WrestleMania? Well, WrestleMania would be cool. I would enjoy it. Of course I would. But, like, I want to see things with my own eyes that I've always wanted to see. I've always wanted to see that neon entranceway. I've always wanted to see Andre the Giant's boots. I've always wanted to see those actual statues that get made. Like, because I've grown up watching wrestling, there's a lot of stuff there that's from, like, the history of wrestling that I think would be so fascinating to see with your own eyes. And, you know, I would love that. So I would love to go to Access. So one of the things that I love about watching old WrestleManias is when they show you what they did that week. You know, normally with WrestleMania, it's like a week-long celebration, isn't it? And back in the day, like, they would have gone to, like, the restaurant in New York, or they would have done, like, a Be a Star kind of seminar in a school assembly, and, you know, all these kind of things. But as years have gone by, obviously Access has grown and grown and grown and grown, got bigger and bigger and bigger. I would love a history of Access. That's what I would love. As much footage of Access as people could find, and lots of interesting exhibitions that have been there in the past, and how it's grown, what it started as. I don't even know if they do floor maps to show, like, when you go to Access, is there a floor guide? Is there a map that shows you where to go? Right, the Mattel things here and this. I would love to look at some of the old ones of those. I think that something to do with the history of Access and all the different aspects of Access, I think I'd love that video. That would be awesome. So it's a shame there wasn't one last year. I don't even think there's one this year, is there? Instead, they are doing a lot of online meet and greets where you can actually sit down. I think I saw 20 were announced, with more to come. So, like, if you want to sit down and have, you know, a couple of minutes, I don't know how long it is, 30 seconds, 2 minutes with a superstar, you can do that. It's like $120, which isn't cheap, but I've never minded the price. I think to, you know, you could be sat in India where wrestlers don't really go all that often, and you could actually sit down and one-on-one have a conversation. Granted, only quick, but a conversation with Bailey or Becky or Roman, or, do you know what I mean? Like, you get to sit one-on-one and say to them, if they're your favorite star, like, I thank you so much for everything you've done. I do just have one question, whatever it might be. You get that interaction. That feels worth it for me. I really hope they do this every year. So not only should they do Access, I think they should keep this going for people that can't make it to Access, people that are in India, Thailand, Europe, parts of Europe, parts of America. Do you know what I mean? America's huge. Not everyone can get to WrestleMania. Do you know what I mean? So, like, instead, maybe you could have, you know, do a virtual thing. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what has come out of lockdown and the pandemic that's actually going to stay. And I think that's one of the things that will stay. And I do wonder if cinematic matches will stay. I understand they were around before. I understand they're not really a result of the pandemic era, but we certainly got them a lot more during the pandemic era. And I would imagine they're going to be sticking around as well. So it'll be interesting to see what stays, what goes. And we was talking the other day, the 8K camera. Where's that gone? Where's that gone? Haven't seen that for a few weeks. Where is the 8K camera? You know, the entrance when they were coming down and everything, and it's a blurry background. Where's that gone? So, I don't know why I thought of that. I think it's because I just saw Wrestle with Andy. But shout out to you. World Thomas Wrestling says, I'm going to go to the Love of Wrestling in Liverpool. I'm going to meet Jeff Hardy, Kurt Angle, Kenny Omega, and more. That is a very good one, actually. That is sort of new. I think, is this the second year of them doing it? They had a... What was it? Was it the barber shop? They had a set that you could go. I don't think it was the real one. I think it was a fake one. But there was a set that you could go to and have your picture taken in that felt very Access. There was a few stalls and there was loads of meet and greets. So it was a mini Access, but still nowhere near the level of what Access is at WrestleMania. There's no exhibitions there or cool, like, artifacts. Like, really, they get some really good stuff out of the warehouse for Access. But, yeah, that's probably the best we've got, is that For the Love of Wrestling. And I was going to go to that because Alundra Blaze is going to be there, Medusa, and I'd love to say hello to her, get a picture with her. I think she's one of the great underrated wrestlers in modern history. She wrestled in Japan, she wrestled in WWE, she wrestled in WCW. She then left wrestling. She was so frustrated at wanting to be a real wrestler and getting told to constantly take her clothes off because, it was around the Attitude Era time. She ended up leaving wrestling, and she went on to become a monster truck champion. She actually won the Monster Jam Championship with a pink monster truck with Medusa written down the side. Like, that woman is incredible. Incredible. So, yeah, I've nothing but love and respect for her. I really liked Alundra Blaze as a kid as well. Mainly because you didn't see women's wrestling all that much in WWE. It was like literally her and her opponent, and that was it. So, yeah, I wanted to go to that to see her. Draven Dresden, shout out to you, says, many years ago, I took my brother to a WWE Raw. Afterwards, we stopped at an Applebee's where we met Matt and Jeff. Michael Hayes was there, and I can't remember the name. Okay, so you met 4 people. You met Matt, Jeff, Michael Hayes, who obviously used to be in the Freebirds, Fabulous Freebirds, but works backstage and has done for, 20, 30 years in WWE as a producer. Man, I tell you, a podcast. And Michael Hayes should be on the Broken Skull Sessions. If they did a Broken Skull Sessions with Michael Hayes, that would be fascinating. That would be the same as doing one with Pat Patterson before Pat Patterson passed away. Do one with Michael Hayes. Because he can talk about the Freebirds, and he can talk about, he's in the Hall of Fame. He can talk about, how he's helped talents and what talents he's helped and how he's helped them, and some cool backstage stories that we probably haven't heard, definitely won't have heard. He's involved in pretty much everything that goes on behind the scenes. So he'll give you a real insight. That would be fascinating. So that's cool. I remember I told a story not long ago where I was going to a car boot on a Sunday in Birmingham, and I was going down to it, walking to it because it was in the city centre. It was kind of a weird car boot. It was in the fish market that's in the city centre. And on a Sunday, the fish market's not doing anything, so they used the car park for a car boot. And I was making my way down there. I'd heard about it. I'd heard it was kind of a decent size. I thought I might find some interesting stuff. And I walked past this hotel, and there was 2 vans outside, big coaches, and loads of wrestling fans. And it turns out this was the hotel the wrestlers were staying in. So I waited around, and eventually, after many hours, managed to see pretty much the roster. The roster was there. Everyone was there. I was standing in with this crowd, and there was a couple of coaches, and you had the entranceway to the hotel. And we were standing, watching, seeing, who's in the lobby, who's coming out. It's probably about, a good 20-odd people this side, and another 20 the other side. You couldn't really fit too many more in because it was only quite a narrow pavement. And then you had the coaches, so you were quite limited for room. So I don't think too many people would have seen us because the coaches would have been in the way. So it was kind of a small, select group. So I was stood there with these people. I was lucky. I just arrived as it was all getting set up. That's the only reason I saw it. And no word of a lie, from literally here, walking past, and I even heard him say, excuse me, right? Excuse me, right? I turned around, Randy Orton, out of nowhere. So he came, he had his bag over his shoulder. He'd clearly just come from the gym. And he actually walked in through the crowd amongst us to get into the hotel here because, like, well, in all fairness, both sides were blocked with fans and the coaches were in front. So unless he was going to go through like a back entrance, he was going to have to do this. And this is what he did. So he walked through us. And it was like, wow. Daniel Bryan came over and got his signature. But honestly, one of the ones that I was so excited about, the Randy Orton one is really cool. But the one that I think blew my mind, Arn Anderson. Sheamus and Arn Anderson came walking up. This was much earlier before they put the barriers up. They came walking up, so they must have just come from a gym. So Sheamus and Arn Anderson came walking up the road together, chatting away with each other. And I was like, no, that is Arn. That's one of the horsemen. That's one of the horsemen. That blew my mind, man. That blew my mind. I get more excited for seeing people like Arn, or if I saw Pat, that would have blown my mind. If I saw Vince, I'd be dead. Like I was getting more excited for that than seeing the Miz, although I did see the Miz. So yeah, that was really cool. That's easily the biggest interaction I've had with wrestlers. I've seen the odd one at like conventions, and I bumped into Natalia in a shop. But yeah, that hotel one was amazing. That's amazing, says David. I know, it was complete luck. I was walking down the road to go to a car boot, and just completely by accident ran into the hotel where they were. And not only that, completely by accident, there happened to be fans, wrestling fans outside. If I hadn't have already seen the few fans that were waiting, I would have just kept walking because it was just a hotel with some coaches in front. Why would I stop? But it was because there was already a couple of wrestling fans there. And I remember looking at them and going, it's weird. Why are they here? Perhaps they went to the show. And I remember like walking and processing the info. There was coaches. And it's like, you know what I mean? You're going through it in your head and you're like, is that the hotel? Ah! And that was it. That was my morning gone. And I never made it to that car boot, guys. I never made it. So there was probably like gold being sold for like $1. And I never made it. So, yeah. Although I did go weeks later, and it wasn't that good, in all fairness. I definitely had a more eventful morning by, sticking around and seeing the wrestlers. I met Sheamus, says George. Was he nice? I met Cesaro in a Smith's toy shop, and he is legitimately, I've no reason to lie, one of the nicest people I've ever met. He was incredible. He was, honestly, whatever you think of Cesaro, he's even nicer than you can imagine. He was smiling and attentive, and yeah, what do you want to do? Like, I was like, oh, nice to meet you, sir. I was like, it'd be good if we could just do a quick like question and answer thing. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, that's cool. Where do you want to stand? He's a lovely guy. Honestly, really, really nice. So I really hope that he does reach the mountaintop at some point, because just an awesome dude. Right, I need to send a tweet because I still haven't done this to let people know that we are live with this stream. So let me just put in WWE Raw. That'll do. Because we are, 20 seconds away? We're 20 seconds away, guys. Wrestling. WWE Hall of Fame for Rob Van Dam. Many congratulations to him. And we will be up and running. Right, that'll do. That'll have to do. Right, here we go then, friends. It's the rub-bub-a-bub. Stopwatch. Boom. Good Lord, I love these hours. I know, like, we just end up chatting away about anything, but I enjoy them. I loved Randy growing up, says WWE Ellis. Randy was cool. Didn't really speak too much to him. I literally just got an excuse me. Right, we've got Drew arriving. He's got a leather jacket that says Scottish on. He's got a Scottish football shirt on as well. He really wants you to know that he's Scottish. So last week, Bobby turned around to the locker room and said, sort Drew out. And Drew is here talking to that locker room, saying, I dare you to come for Drew McIntyre. Bobby Lashley said he'll give people title opportunities if they take Drew out. So that's the story of this week. That seed was planted last week. And we are over at Raw. We are in the Thunderdome, of course. And we are starting with Bobby Lashley. The almighty era. Bobby Lashley. If Ricochet attacks McIntyre, I'm going to be really mad at him, says Nov Freeze. Dave in real life says, wait, Drew is Scottish. I thought he was Welsh. Yeah, Drew's Scottish. I had no idea. That coffee is awful. It is stone cold. And not even the cool stone cold. It's bad stone cold. Right, here is the Hurt Business. I love MVP with that cane. MVP with that cane is great. MVP is morphing into like a traditional old school manager, isn't he? He's morphing into like a classy Freddie Blassie, which I'm loving. I'm definitely here for MVP and a cane. It's fun. It's funny to see MVP as a wrestler coming out. We saw him at a WrestleMania watch along we did, where he came out of that tunnel, that inflatable tunnel. I'm coming, and he bursts out. It's funny to see him there compared to how he's being presented now. I think how he's being presented now is my favorite ever version of MVP. I was never a fan of him as a wrestler. I found him to be quite dull, to be honest. I found him to be quite boring. When MVP used to wrestle, it was a bit like, oh, it's MVP. It's a bit like I feel when I see Miz and Morrison now. Oh, kind of like that. But now, in these sharp suits with that cane, as a talker, he's been awesome. As a manager, he's been great. If Gilbert isn't the one who takes out Drew, it would be fun if it was Gilbert, but I don't think it will be. Alex said, according to Fightful, Titus is set to receive the Warrior Award. He played pro football for Tampa Bay, and he wrestled for FCW, and he is from Tampa. It should be Shad. I don't mind it going to Titus. I think he deserves it. His charity contributions are incredible. He does a lot for the community, a lot in Tampa. He won Father of the Year. He achieves a lot outside the ring. I can understand people going, Titus, but no, he does deserve it. But it's Shad. Shad should get it, but it's difficult, isn't it? Because Titus getting it in Tampa makes sense. Maybe there should be two. Maybe they should put Shad and Titus, give them both the Warrior Award. Titus ain't gonna mind. Hello to Trey Gaming. Hope you are well. The inflatable tunnel was my childhood, says Kaylin. Yeah, the inflatable tunnel was cool. And when he used to burst out, I'm coming. That bit was cool. It was just everything after that I wasn't a fan of. But I am a fan of this. This is who will not be sharing the ring. So they're saying that Drew won't be facing Bobby at WrestleMania. Right, I need to get into this promo. We've just had MVP talking about how they want to give someone a new opportunity. And he says, "Let me show you who won't be facing Bobby at WrestleMania." And we're seeing video footage now of Drew. So, I mean, obviously he is. So, like, this is like a little wrinkle that they're trying to put in now. It's a little bump in the road. Right, let's see what MVP has got to say about this. Oh, no, Bobby. Oh, it's... You guys are barred. Right, so they're not actually saying that Drew won't be facing. They're actually doing it to throw shade on their own group. So Bobby is having a go right now at Cedric and Shelton. I can't count on you. Oh, this is interesting. Let's be real. You two had a 2-on-1 handicap. And you failed. I didn't expect this. Here's an opportunity to speak. Yeah, yeah. Did you bring us out here to embarrass us? Oh, I thought that they were saying that Drew wasn't going to face Bobby and they were going to refuse the match. Actually, they're saying that because these two lost, they won't be at WrestleMania. And now we've got infighting. Oh, Bobby hit Cedric. Oh, this is going to upset people, man. This is going to upset people. People were into the Hurt Business. Oh, Shelton going after the Almighty now. Shelton raking the eyes of Bobby. Knee strikes to the midsection. Cedric trying to come up. Shelton gets knocked down. Oh, okay. We spoke about surprises. Here's one. I knew that they'd let him down, but I didn't think they were going to break them up. I was hoping that it was just going to be a case that they were going to apologize. They were going to be, you know, made to do something to redeem themselves. They would. The Hurt Business is over. Anyone who takes on Drew and takes him out. So anyone that takes out Drew gets the match at Mania. Take out Drew, that spot is yours. The Hurt Business is over. That is a great start. That is a great start. I know it's going to upset people. I know people are going to be sad that the Hurt Business is split up, but that is a great start. What now for Cedric and Shelton? I've got to be honest though, Cedric and Shelton didn't interest me. They did keep losing. They did keep losing. They weren't as powerful as they should have been. I think they could have been saved. I think they could have been booked better. I think the Hurt Business could have carried on. Oh, Global Elite Wrestling. Shout out to you. To Boy123 says, I'm down for that split. I think it's cool. Yeah, I don't even need to look at the chat to know that people are going to be upset about that. Right, we've got Riddle backstage. I like some of these lines from Riddle are cool. Titus? What if you roasted a pig in the center of the ring at WrestleMania? He said he just wanted to. He said he just wanted to ask a couple of questions to Sheamus. Sheamus charges into Riddle. I do think parts of Riddle's character are good. Riddle is a riddle. Riddle is a riddle because parts of his character I think are quite good. There was a couple of lines in there that I enjoyed, but basically he's kind of like acting like a 12-year-old boy, kind of like how Alexa's acting like a 5-year-old girl. Riddle's acting like a 12-year-old boy on his scooter. I don't know why, but they're like making some of their performers act like children. I don't understand it, to be honest. But some of the lines are quite good. I liked when he was saying about Sheamus, he was like, I only wanted to ask him a few questions. Maybe he was having a bad day. Maybe he had a bad tummy. Perhaps he doesn't have a soul. Some of that made me smile. Mike Ziegler, shout out to you. Bobby Lashley is going to be the winner. Don't be a fool, Days. This is a work. They will be at Mania to give Lashley a helping hand. Yeah, well, true. I mean, if it is a work, they've certainly done a very good job of putting a little swerve in there. So if it is a little swerve, they're doing a very good job of it. Because I must admit, it does all make sense. It does make sense. I do think that it's right that they would be upset that they didn't get that job done. But yeah, you're absolutely right. If it is a swerve, then I think it's a good one. Riddle is an enigma wrapped up in a riddle. Days, Riddle acts like that off screen, says Sean. Shout out to you, Sean. Yeah, I suppose it is just an extension of his personality. He does have that kind of laid back. I don't know if he acts so childish or as childish as that. He tended to be more about he tended to be more of a stoner surfer kind of a gimmick before. Now he's got this scooter, and he seems to be acting like asking, like kids that just have loads of questions to ask. They question everything. What's this? What's that? Why is that happening? Why does this? That seems to be the way that they've taken his character. I don't know. I'm really torn on it. Let's see where it goes. Parts of it I like. Parts of it I think goes a bit too far, a bit too childish. Like when he was talking to Titus and talking about him being the co-host of the roast or whatever he was on. That just seems silly to me. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't need that. But I enjoyed the Sheamus line, so I'm a bit torn on it. He is a riddle. He's a riddle of an enigma wrapped in a riddle. Michael Hayes was the creator of the Stone Cold Stunner, says Miss Clown One. Days, imagine Brock comes out and beats Drew, leading to Bobby versus Brock at Mania. Wow. That would be interesting. Well, yeah. I mean, I really think that Drew is going to go on to face Bobby. We're just seeing, I forgot about this. We've got the Hey Hop debut this week. Miz and Morrison, the world premiere video debut of Hey Hop. There we go. And we got Braun. Oh, I like that. That's cool. Shane McMahon expose on Braun Strowman. That was a good graphic. Main event. What's this? What does it say? Main event. What's this main event graphic? Makes me think of the show Main Event. Did they make a mistake by putting that main event graphic on? What was that there for? Was that a botch? Why, what? Why was all of a sudden we got main event graphic and it said main event at the top and the bottom, which is a different show. Right, look, we've got Shelton, we got Cedric. If it wasn't for us, he would never be champion. Shelton wants him one-on-one tonight. Do you have to consult Bobby the same way you have to consult Roman? Where is your sack? I don't want to think about Adam Pearce's sack. Because we're certainly not talking Christmas presents, let's put it that way. Here's Sheamus. Ricky245 says, "Hey Days, the stables in WWE are splitting up. Undisputed Era, Hurt Business, and Retribution." Vince has decided he doesn't like factions now. He likes factions. He doesn't like factions. Who knows what he's going to think of when he wakes up next tomorrow. Perhaps he'll like factions again. Right, here comes Sheamus. We got MVP on commentary. I'll admit, I have no idea if Hurt Business have legit split up or not. I have no idea. They're doing this very, very well. Very, very well. I'm really into this show. This show's really good. This show's really good. 18 minutes so far. I am lapping this up. I tell you, if Raw was an hour, imagine if Raw was just an hour. Forget 2 hours. Forget 3 hours. Forget 2 hours. Just an hour. Man, you could have a killer show. You could have such a killer show. Because we're already nearly 20 minutes in and it's been great. Couple of matches now. Oh. Most TV shows are only an hour, aren't they? Right, we've got Sheamus and Riddle. Kevin, shout out to you, my friend. What was all these birds? Yeah, birds flying! CGI birds. The flip-flops came off. The fireworks went off. And we just had some birds. CGI birds flying at our faces. Wow. God damn. We need birds. God damn it. We need birds of prey. Sorry, what, Vince? Birds of prey. Okay. Sure. Yeah. We'll put them in. Don't worry about that. We'll get them on Raw. CGI. Right. No CGI flip-flops. No. Birds of prey now. Birds of prey are the future. Get with the program. 8K at that. Was it 8K? Oh my god, there's so much to look at. We've got main event botches, we've got backstage segments, we've got Hurt Business breaking up, we've got Birds of Prey. What more do you want from a show? It's WrestleMania season and they're just like, here's everything. Here's everything. Birds. Days, do you think it would be good booking if this absolute dominating monster Lashley beats Drew with help of interference? I think such a person should get a job done clean. Yeah, I agree. Get it done clean. I like heels winning clean. I do like what was said earlier though, because it is Wrestling 101. That swerve of what you thought that we hated each other. Got ya. That is Wrestling 101. So we've seen it done many times in the past, and they might be doing it now. But no, yeah, I agree. Bobby Lashley winning clean. And I was full of praise last week when he took on Sheamus, and he was very frustrated that there was outside interference. I love that. I want Bobby to prove, it's took him a long time to get to the top. So I want him to prove that he's good enough to be at the top. He doesn't need outside interference. He is the man. He is the guy. Not that he's carrying the belt just to drop it to Drew. Not that he's going to be a, kind of champion that the Miz would have been, where he needs outside interference. Or he's going to run away and get count outs or anything like this. He is the guy. He is the guy. He is the almighty. So, yeah, I completely agree. He should be winning clean. Wrestling 101 is the art of birds, says your boy Yoshi Sensei. Yes. God damn. Birds of prey. I wonder why Alexa wants to play. Maybe she'll call out Orton. I think Orton had Alexa's playground on him the other week. Very good. That is very good. Drop kick by Riddle, and Sheamus goes to the outside. I sort of like the US title being draped over the ring post. Sort of like that. Nice floating bro to the outside. Sheamus goes down. I also like Riddle's attire, this gold and purple. I kind of like that as well. His gold and purple attire looks cool. Shout out to Michael. Hope you are well. Hope everyone is doing well this evening. Obviously coming off a pretty big weekend. My voice still not fully recovered. But we're getting there. We'll be there by the time we hit WrestleMania. Don't you worry about that. And obviously, we're not too far away from that now. We've got NWA Wrestling Escape Pod tomorrow. We've got NXT and AEW on Wednesday. SmackDown on Friday. We might be doing the basketball on Saturday. It's a weird weekend. It's Easter. So we probably should all be eating eggs and stuff like that. But I'll have a look, see if there's a WrestleMania watch along or something we can do. So a weird weekend. I don't like it. This is going to be the first weekend this year where there's no big show on either Saturday or Sunday. This is the first weekend for me in 2021 where there's been nothing. So, and I can't cope. So I'm starting to look at basketball and stuff like this. You'd think I'd be happy for a weekend off, but no, I'm not. So, yeah, a bit weird one. You know what? A surprisingly quiet week this week, actually. We're not building to some massive show at the weekend. I don't like it. But I'm not going to have to wait long. We've got a 2-day takeover, a 2-day WrestleMania, NXT UK prelude. I probably should just sleep for the weekend, shouldn't I? Just the whole weekend, just sleep. I should go hibernate for a weekend. Because every single day we are doing the Hall of Fame. We are doing NXT TakeOver. We are doing all the UFC shows coming up. We are doing NXT UK Prelude. We are doing Raw. We are doing SmackDown. We're doing it all. So, yeah, we won't be maybe a little quiet this week. Certainly the weekend, but we won't be quiet for long. Days, I'm legit dizzy. I feel like things are far. I'm freaking out. Gabriella, have a lie down. Have a lie down. Try and have a sleep if you've got to. If you need to miss tonight because you're not feeling too well and you're feeling a bit dizzy, I'd recommend having a little lie down. Drink some water. Have a little lie down. Maybe have a little sleep. See how you feel after. You'll be all right. Alexander, shout out to you. Do you think Samoa Joe will return tonight? I don't, but where is he, actually? He's not there, is he? MVP has joined Tom Phillips and Byron Saxton. No Samoa Joe. So I don't know where he is. But apparently he's been dealing with an injury. It's a health issue. He's not on commentary because they just don't have anything for him. He's legit got a problem. And it looks like his career might even been a career-threatening problem, to be honest. Details haven't emerged on it. I've not seen any reports as to what's keeping Samoa Joe out, but am I expecting him to return? No, I can't say I'm not expecting anyone to return, to be honest. I'm not expecting anyone to return. Right, we are back with Sheamus pulling at the mouth of Riddle. Days, do you think it could be a US title ladder match? If it is, I think Riddle, Sheamus, Jeff, Elias, Ricochet, Ali, Keith, if he is cleared in time. Well, at the moment, there's nothing to suggest that it's going to be that. Obviously, there could be some outside interference that leads to that. We could easily get to that, but right now, you would say a singles match. Right now, you would say Sheamus, Riddle. But, yeah, I mean, seemingly there is no ladder match at WrestleMania at the moment. WWE Network available now on Peacock. Visit Peacock for a special offer. WrestleMania tickets are available. Raw Talk is on the network on Peacock. So they are still calling it the WWE Network on Peacock. So it is still being referred to that way. Adam Pearce's sack is going to take Drew McIntyre out. Wow. There's not much I can say to... I mean, really, honestly, there's not much I can say to that. He's going to have to get some good momentum. Shane McMahon exposes Braun Strowman's secret that he cries whilst watching The Young and the Restless, says David Hall. Feb074 says, Days, WWE needs to resist giving back the title to Drew and think long-term about the potential blockbuster SummerSlam match they could have with Brock versus Lashley. Well, I suppose it depends where they are with Brock, doesn't it? I mean, what's Brock saying? Is he going to resign? Does he want to resign? Spanish Fly by Riddle. It's a good first match. Sheamus has been tearing it up recently. He's been having good match after good match after good match, and we're seeing another example here of him having a good match. Yeah, I don't know. That would be good. I have to be honest. I'd be more interested in Roman Brock rather than Lashley Brock, because I think Roman Brock with the Paul Heyman story, like Paul Heyman having to decide who he's going to represent, I think interests me more. Nice kip up by Riddle. Big strike by Riddle as Sheamus is in the corner. And again. Nice. Exploder. Suplex. And Sheamus is down. Riddle looking for the kicks. Knee strike to the chest. And again. Some good kicks coming in. Sheamus up against the ropes. Why is he not catching the leg? If I was Sheamus, I'd be catching that leg. I wouldn't just be there taking these kicks. Finally, he catches the leg. He's got Sheamus rolled up. Sheamus rolls through. Another kick. I get why he didn't catch that one. That was quite quick. Into a senton. 2. Shoulder up. This is good. But transitions. Lovely. Look at that triangle. Look at that triangle. And he could probably get the armbar in there as well. Oh, man. The MMA experience of Riddle really shows through. Makes him such a good wrestler. He can wrestle, but he can do legit. Look at this. Proper triangle. That is real tight. Sheamus gets to the ropes. Do you know what? He couldn't put that on as tight as it needed to be. you could see Sheamus just move a little bit within it. Because if he did put it on tight, Sheamus would be going out. Sheamus would be in real trouble. This is a trained former UFC fighter in Matt Riddle. Oh, right on the edge of the ring. He had multiple UFC matches. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up by Riddle. Riddle is amazing, says Jeremy. Days, enjoy the break for the weekend because next week is insane. LSW, shout out to you. Feb said, Days, my suggestion is if Brock couldn't make it, and by that time Lashley is absolutely dominating Unbeatable, I'd have Cross debut and then face him at SummerSlam. What do you think of that? That would be fun. That would be fun. We'd need to build up Cross because it might be a bit soon for Cross to hit the main roster and then get such a big match. So you might need to build him up. But a Cross Lashley match at some point for the title. Maybe SummerSlam a bit soon. But I kind of feel like Keith Lee is a good option. He's been on the main roster for a bit longer. I know we've not seen him that much. But at least he's been around. Sheamus managed to get the win there. So that is this was a non-title match. That's going to surely give him the chance now to go for the title at Mania. So Sheamus beats Riddle clean. Clean. Love it. Clean win for the heel. And he's got things here. Got a gash on his forehead. So that surely is going to... Riddle attacks from behind. That's surely going to give him the match at Mania. Lewis Andrews, shout out to you, my friend. Riddle lost. Yay, says Austin. Alex said, is Raw okay? It seems like they're doing good things. They are. First 20 minutes, really good. And then the past 10 minutes, we've just had a really good match. We're just seeing Shane warming up. Yeah, that didn't injure him, though. He wasn't really injured. Elias took his place. Shane couldn't compete. Would love to see Riddle, Sheamus, 2 out of 3 falls. Yeah, that would be good, James. That would be good. That was a really good match. That first match was really good. Nice pace. Hard-hitting action. We're just seeing this Braun, Shane story and where we are with this. Just remember, there will be call-ups after Mania. Who do you think will be called up? Hard to say, bud. You'd have to say EO is quite close. Too soon for Cross, you would think. I don't know there'd be many. Right, we've got Shane, Elias, Jackson, Riker. Shane says he's got some very interesting things to reveal about Braun Strowman. So this segment is where Raw is about to get derailed. Let's put it that way. We've had the sound effects, the train sound effects. Well, this is where it's all going to get derailed. The Hurt Business breakup wasn't what I thought they would do. I thought they would fire Shelton, then either replace him with Keith Lee or Omos, says John. Days, how do you think WWE will bring back Becky Lynch? I think there's a chance that she makes an appearance at WrestleMania. Or maybe the night after Mania. Asuka manages to get past Rhea, or Rhea gets past Asuka and the new champ's in the ring, and then I can't do it. My voice is not in a great place. but you get the vibe. Swex Peely said, I think Dakota and Raquel and Dexter Loomis and probably Kushida. 1987 Big Fan says, I smell another Bailey, this is your life. Yeah, I'm starting to smell that as well. Dave, Shane versus Braun needs to be last man standing so that Shane can do some crazy stuff, says Harley. Noah says, why did the United States champion get pinned off of one knee strike? I didn't mind it too much. I could understand that maybe it needed to be a white noise or something like this, but I think it was quite a hard-hitting match. So I think Riddle was quite worn down. So I think the knee strike was just the cherry on top, to be honest. And that was it. Down he goes. I suppose in a way you're so used to seeing so many false finishes and so many big finishing moments that a knee strike does look a little bit weird in this day and age. But I didn't mind it too much. I thought the match was quite hard hitting, and as I said, that knee strike was maybe just the cherry on top, the straw that broke the camel's back kind of a thing. But yeah, it was a good match overall, and it sets us up nicely for Mania. Bailey versus Beth, says Brendan. Oh, talking of Beth, her Icons show is on now. Yeah, she is someone that you can see the Icons program about. Well, obviously, we had one on Yokozuna, and we've now got one on Beth Phoenix. So, yeah, if you want to go onto the network, you can check her out. I've got to tell you as well about a wrestler that I've really got into, who I think is going to be a big, big star. It's someone that I'd heard about, and someone that is making waves in the wrestling scene. And I honestly think they're going to be WWE bound. So I would talk about them, but we are just about to go back, so we'll touch on that on the next commercial break. But there is someone out there that I think is quite special. So we will talk about that. But we are back, and we are about to go to the Shane McMahon, Braun Strowman segment. As we said, this has got potential to be a car crash. But let's see what they come up with. Who knows? Maybe it'll be good. Maybe. Dave's Charlie Caruso is now working full-time with ESPN. Well, I'm pleased for her. Daves, do you think UFC will talk to Brock about facing Ngannou? Well, I would imagine that they'll go, Brock, do you want to face Ngannou? And Brock will go, no, thank you. I think that's how that conversation goes. Would you like to face Ngannou? No. If he's got any sense, the answer would be no. Ngannou murders Brock Lesnar. It's a murder. It's a massacre. Here's Amos. Here's AJ. Here's Drew. Lashley's offer seems like an offer you couldn't refuse. AJ says, oh, he's really got into your head. We've got bigger plans. Amos. We're going to embarrass the New Day to become the new Raw Tag Team Champs. So they're not interested in attacking Drew. Still doesn't make a great deal of sense. I mean, if you take out Drew, you get a title match at WrestleMania. I mean, there's people that have to try and win the Rumble to get that. Now all you got to do is take out Drew. I don't know if it makes sense. suppose it does. I suppose in a way it does, but right, here we go. This Shane Braun. I'm just saying, if I'm a wrestler and I'm backstage, I don't care what plans they've got for me. If I've only got to take out Drew to get a title match at WrestleMania, and let's not forget, I am a wrestler in this scenario. I'm doing it. Right. Goldberg will take out Drew. Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine the celebrations from the fans if we end up getting Goldberg in the title match at WrestleMania? I can hear the cheers now. Days, what do you think about Kofi and Woods going heel and joining Lashley? That's interesting. That's interesting. So I think the New Day thing's stale. That's very interesting. Heel Kofi, heel Xavier. Oh, can I see Kofi? I can see Xavier as a heel. Can I see Kofi as a heel? Don't know. He's so likable. He's a family man, isn't he? Imagine it was Lesnar that takes out Drew. Also, hi Days. Hello, Darth. Days, imagine if they accidentally put Logan Paul on that WrestleMania advertisement. Right, here we go. Let's. I'm trying to not listen to this segment, but I better. Oh, we've got Strowman's 5th grade report card. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? I don't care. I respect him more if he wasn't great at school. If he had all A's, you'd be like, what a swat. What a nerd. I expect Braun to get D's in maths and English and stuff like this. I don't think there's anything here. He was a disruptive influence. Yeah. I expect that. I'm surprised he got D+ in gym. Well, first of all, this isn't going to be real, right? So, whatever. But the only thing that surprises me about this card is the D+ for gym. That's not what it says. Summer school is a necessity, is not what it says. It said summer school may be necessary. So, fun fact, Shane McMahon can't read his own prop that he's made. It's a bit embarrassing to say that someone's stupid when we can clearly see what Shane is reading and he's not reading the right words. This is bad. This is ridiculous. It's signed by Mr. Strowman, says XFL. It's a crazy world with Adam's sack and Alexa's playground, says King Kylers. William Hensey, shout out to you. Days, Monica, and Sunny are building a spaceship so that we can travel the universe and bring this streams and wrestling to alien worlds. That's nice. That's a whole new demo that I'm trying to get into. Right, here is Strowman. Days, how will you book Randy after a potential Fiend murder at Mania? I'll make some changes to his character and also bring back Burning My Light theme. A potential Fiend murder at Mania. I'd book a good match at Mania with Fiend. Have Fiend win, of course. But have him win clean. Have it a good match that people are talking about after Mania. Give people the epic entrances they want.
have him like really beaten down, have it like it so it was quite brutal and there was blood and all that kind of stuff. And then I think you've got to have the Fiend move on. Have like Bray say you're forgiven at the end of the match. As soon as the match is over and Randy's lying in the ring, just have the Fiend go over, lean down, and say you're forgiven. I forgive you, or something like this, or it's done, or she forgives you, or something like that. If he says she forgives you, that'll get people talking. Fan theories will love that. So, we could go something along those lines. That feud needs to end at Mania. And then how would I book Randy after? I think I love his promos that he's been doing, but maybe again, I think the fans of the Fiend would love it if he turned face, because I think they love that theory that the Fiend changes people. So I think this is a big feud, and I think if you make Randy face after and he's seen the error of his ways, I think Fiend fans would love that. So give them that. Do that. Go that way. Have Fiend win at Mania. Nice, clean match. Give it a big match. Give it a big moment. Big talking point. Everyone's talking about it, loving it. It's really good. Didn't expect that kind of a thing. Have Fiend say something at the end. Book Orton as a big baby face afterwards. Right. I want to show you and talk about this wrestler. This is Cara Noir. Now, Cara Noir is the current Impact champion. And the reason that I'm mentioning this is because I have heard and been told about Cara Noir, but it's one of those that I never actually checked out. You can't, how you hear about, there's a wrestler you need to check out called Cara Noir, and you go, yeah. And then you don't. Well, I don't even know how I happened to do this, but I can't remember. I don't know if I was just on the network and I thought, I will check that person out, but I checked him out. Oh my God. Cara Noir, right? There's Cara Noir, current Progress champion. Apparently a former ballet dancer, an actual former ballet dancer, but incredible physique, good size as well, like quite tall, 6 foot something. But the entrance is phenomenal. If you've got the WWE Network, go to Progress Chapter 106. It was only earlier this year. It's only the other month. And just go to the Cara Noir match. And you'll see, unfortunately, there's no fans. You might be able to find a better example. But watch that entrance. It's like ballet music, that kind of da 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 da. It's very Volta, like it's kind of like a classical piece of music that you're used to hearing. And out he walks with his head down, and all his movements are so big and dramatic. And when he finally gets into the ring, he opens out that big robe, and it's like butterfly wings. And it's like this big performance. It's one of the best entrances I've ever seen. It is so theatrical. It is so dramatic. You look at it and you go, that's WrestleMania. That's WrestleMania. And he's got this mask that he takes off as well, and he's got the silver face paint underneath. I haven't, to be honest, I haven't sat down and watched a whole Cara Noir match. But from what I saw, great physique, good size. Everyone I spoke to on Twitter says can really wrestle, can really go, can really work. Is like single-handedly carrying the British wrestling independent scene right now. I think the fact that he's the current Progress champion speaks volumes as well, because not that long ago, Volta was the Progress champion. So obviously we had Volta, who was the champion, and his entrance is quite big, dramatic, theatrical, where he comes out, hands behind the back, the whole Imperium entrance. Well, Cara Noir is kind of doing. I can understand if there'd be some people that weren't into it because it's maybe a bit too theatrical, but I don't mind theatrics in wrestling. It reminds me of like Gorgeous George from the 50s, where he used to come down, prancing down to the ring. And like he was like this big character. He used to use Pomp and Circumstance, which was Macho Man's entrance music. But think of Macho Man. Think of Macho Man with his robes and his entrance music. It's kind of just building onto that, really. And there's not really anyone that's doing that in wrestling. There isn't really a Macho Man at the moment in wrestling. And I'm not saying that Cara Noir is Macho Man. It's more like a ballet Black Swan version. But it's something so interesting, theatrical, but it's still within wrestling. Because as soon as the bell rings, he wrestles. And he's got a great physique. And it's good. I've been told about him. In fairness, he hasn't been doing anything during the lockdown because we haven't been able to. So I heard about him early 2020, before lockdown, and then lockdown came, and obviously nothing's been happening. But since Progress came back, it's been one of them things I've been thinking about. I should check this out. And I finally did. And I love what I saw. And you can see it as well on the network. So there we go. Cara Noir, Wrestler of the Week. Right. Adrian Street from the UK. Yeah, Adrian Street. It's not... what's the word I'm looking for? It's not feminine. You know how Braun beats Jackson Riker? You know how like Adrian Street and Gorgeous George kind of leaned into their more feminine side? They wore like makeup, lipstick, eyeliner, and do you know what I mean? Like they embraced the more feminine side of their characters. This isn't. This is like a male ballet dancer. And you do get them. And they're some of the most physically strong, impressive looking people on the planet. And apparently he used to be a ballet dancer. But I think that there's some things that do transition. If you think about movement and you think about balance, I think all of that transfers beautifully to wrestling. So definitely on my radar. Where are you running off to, Shane? Right. Maybe you forgot that I can pick any match I want. I've been thinking. I've made up my mind. Yeah. Hell in a Cell? Shane McMahon. There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide at WrestleMania. You're going to get these hands. Yeah. Steel cage. Steel cage. Steel cage. Why has he gone steel cage and not Hell in a Cell? There are places to run you can climb out. Steel cage. Steel cage match. Steel cage is cool. I wish it was a steel cage with a roof on so that he couldn't climb out. Steel cage. Why don't they do steel cages with roofs? I know that's sort of Hell in a Cell, but Hell in a Cell is the outside area as well. I'm talking about just the ring with a roof on. That would have been cool. He should have said Hell in a Cell. Should have been Hell in a Cell. Should have been Hell in a Cell. Well, the thing with Hell in a Cell, I wonder if he's thinking like Shane will put someone under the ring and they'll come out under the ring. Don't know. I don't mind steel cage. I don't mind it. It's better than having no stipulation in it. Right, we've still got Hey Hey Hop Hop coming up. This match isn't big enough for a Hell in a Cell, says Alex6380. Heather says, when did Rich Swann lose the Impact belt? I haven't heard that he did. I thought it was going to be him against Omega. War Games was a cage with a roof, but it was 2 rings, wasn't it? You are right. You are absolutely right. But has there ever been one with just 1 ring? Last Battle of Atlanta. Last Battle of Atlanta. The last Battle of Atlanta was a cage with a roof. And I don't know if I can think of another example other than War Games, but as we said, that's a couple of rings. They could climb in. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to keep everyone out by having the structure that people can climb in over. There's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to escape. Unless you climb up and go out of the cage. Please don't do that. Almost 35 years since the only steel cage match at WrestleMania. Oh, yeah, that's good. That's good. WrestleMania 2. Hogan and King Kong Bundy. Still the only steel cage match, yeah? Well, it's probably been time then. Do you know what I mean? We're probably due one after 35 years. John Cream, you said Impact Champion instead of Progress Champion. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Progress Champion. Oh, is that where... Did I confuse Heather then? No, Progress Champion. Yeah, Cara Noir is the Progress Champion. That's why if you check out Progress on the network, then you'll find footage of Cara Noir. And as we said, he is the current champion there. That is very much a feeding ground for NXT UK. That's the whole reason why I'm even mentioning it. I'm not just saying, oh, there's this great wrestler. That is where people go from to NXT UK. It's, Pete Dunne, Trent Seven, Tyler Bate. They've just signed Millie McKenzie. Obviously, Ilya Dragunov was working in Progress. Volta was working in Progress. Tim Thatcher was over there as well. I mean, like the who's who of British and European wrestling, they go to Progress. So it's always worth keeping an eye on who are the movers and the shakers, who's making waves in Progress, because there's a real good chance that if you're making a name for yourself in Progress, you will end up in NXT UK. And we have seen that Pete Dunne, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley have all gone from NXT UK to NXT, and in Rhea Ripley's case, very quickly to the main roster. So Cara Noir is someone who was on my radar this time last year. Didn't do anything during lockdown. Started to come back now as Progress has come back. Finally got a chance to check it out, or check him out. And I reckon NXT UK. I don't know why they wouldn't take him. I think he looks very impressive. So, just a name to be aware of. Right, we have got Ms. TV, Hey Hey, Ho Ho, Hop Hop, Hippity Hop. Right, Ms. TV. It's still Bad Bunny versus The Miz. So it looks like that. I'm guessing they're going to do Bad Bunny night 1 and they'll do Logan Paul night 2. Clever. I thought Shane was going to show Braun dressed as Wonder Woman. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was for Halloween, wasn't it? Who sent in that super chat, by the way? Let me have a look. John. John Cream. Shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for clarifying that. It's not Miss TV, it's the Dirt Sheet. Oh, okay. They've got too many talk shows, haven't they? Okay, he says, do you know who was nominated for a VMA last year and didn't win? And they said Bad Bunny, and he's like, yeah. He said he did win a Grammy, though. He's like, yeah, shut up. Days, I think Tony Khan cares so much more about fans than Vince. He could easily have made more money by going PG instead of TV-14 and has clearly preferred more creative freedom over money. I don't know. Maybe. I think he's more in touch with fans. I'd agree with that. Okay, so he's talking about how he was attacked with the guitar. Days, check out Bray's new tweet. So in your face and random. What does it say? Dirt Sheet or Ms. TV? What's the difference? They both suck, says Brad. Is there a Firefly Funhouse episode with Bray with a burnt face? Is that the tweet, is it? I'll have a look. It might be an image that people can't explain. If it was just like some words, then do you know what I mean? You can. It's all right. You can tell me what the words say, but it might be an image. It is an image. It is Bray and Rowan and Harper with CM Punk. Brody would hate to see us fighting, is the message. So Brody would hate to see us fight him. There's a picture of Bray with CM Punk. Brody in the background. Rowan in the forefront. Right, hey, hey, hop, hop. If Alexa Bliss starts showing a baby bump soon, it's because she sat on Orton. Okay, this is Hey Hey Hop Hop, the video. We got a clip of it last week, and honestly, it sounded just like a Bad Bunny track to me. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is more embarrassing for them than it is for like Bad Bunny. Is this? I don't know. Is this meant to be a diss of Bad Bunny? Trash. I'm crying. I'm crying. Look what's happening to my face. I'm crying. I mean, they are in bunny costumes. I don't know how I'm meant to feel about this. It's just something that's happening. Is this meant to be a diss of Bad Bunny, or I don't know? Hey Hey Ho Ho was way better, says TX Based. And the Grammy goes to... Is this Bad Bunny? Watch Bad Bunny come out with Killshot 2.0, says Ephraim the Beast. With War Games, WWE do say if you leave the cage, your team loses. So... They haven't said that for the cage match. I mean, in all fairness, even if they say to Shane, if you leave the cage, you lose, I would imagine he'll... The whole point of the cage is to keep Shane in. Braun wants to get his hands on Shane. I don't think Shane's too bothered about winning the match. So, even if he leaves the cage and loses, I don't think he'll be bothered. They haven't said that's the stipulation. Normally with a cage match, that's how you win. I don't mind the cage. I would definitely have put a roof on it. My dad just walked in watching the video and he left. Yeah, I mean, this definitely isn't the kind of thing you would want to sit down with friends and show them. This is what you watch on a Monday. Yeah. This is awesome, says Harley. Well, it's definitely something. Let's go. Please don't end. Brony said, this is kind of catchy. Why is it so long? It's the extended version. It's not the radio edit. Miz is emotional after seeing what is achieved. That sucked, says Darnell. Right, here's Bad Bunny. Hopefully he's bringing his Grammy out and he's going to give it to Miz and Morrison. Here's Damian Priest as well. Who, to be honest, I don't think is getting out of this what he should be getting out of this. Everyone's talking about Bad Bunny and Miz, but no one's mentioning Damian Priest. You won't be laughing when Bad Bunny handles you at WrestleMania. What? What did he just say? I'd love to tell you. He's going to make you his B word. Right, Miz rolls out the ring. Damian Priest stands in the way. Damian Priest moves out the way. That seemed like a proper potato there, didn't it? That seemed like quite a hard shot that he just threw. He just threw a punch at Miz. It wouldn't surprise me, actually, if Miz said to him backstage, when you throw that punch, make sure that it properly connects. Like, really make it look good, because for this to work, we really do need that shot to look impressive. Wouldn't surprise me if he'd have given him, like, the green light to really throw a shot there. It was a good strike. Credit where it's due, that was a good strike. Bad Bunny wrecking the set. It's not much of a set. It's literally a bit of cardboard on a stand. What a hoodlum. It's a riot, guys. It's turned into a riot. He's pushed the stand over. Thrown the card out of the ring. He gives no flips, this guy. He gives no flips. Eric Defcon Dirigi says, Damian Priest reminds me of the villain from Cyborg. Feb said the biggest ever problem that would always shut the door of Khabib joining the WWE is the fact that he is undefeated. In no way can such a guy take an L in WWE unless booked undefeated permanently. Well, he will always be 29-0. And like pro wrestling records just aren't really a thing, are they? So he could lose, and it does not change anything about his legacy. No one would be like he was undefeated, but, well, there was that one time at WrestleMania. No one's saying that. We got Randy. Are we meant to believe a guy who was a world champion less than a month ago is not going to easily beat a tiny rap star? Yes, Greg. Yes, that's exactly what you're meant to believe. I can't wait to see what Cornette has got to say about this. I doubt he's watching. He doesn't watch Raw. In all fairness, there's 2 matches at WrestleMania that I'm really not looking forward to. And we've just had the 2 segments on them. So I'm surprised Cornette hasn't had an aneurysm. We do have Randy on screen. There is an Alexa's Playground coming up. What time is it? Oh, wow. We're not far from halfway. I now know what I'm dealing with. Why has it took you so long? Why has it took you so long? Are we sure that wasn't Randy Orton's report card that we saw earlier? Because I think we all figured out what he was dealing with a long time ago. You're not cut from the same cloth. I will dig down deep. I will do what I need to do. If anything happens to Alexa, I'm blaming Austin and Heather, says William. Someone should set the whole Bad Bunny Miz situation and Braun Shane situation on fire. Yeah, those 2 segments have derailed Raw. Not to the point where this is like a complete car crash. There was a bit of humor in that hey hey hop hop. I don't think that was like the worst thing I've ever seen. It was all right. I wasn't really offended by it. And at least with the Braun thing, we got the steel cage announcement, so it's all right. This is all right. Good, really good start to Raw, and then we just had to go through those 2 segments. But we got Bobby Lashley making his way down now. Bad Bunny versus Miz in a Symphony of Destruction match, since Miz and Bad Bunny are musicians, says Trevor. That's a good shout. Well, we saw that with Elias and Braun, I think it was, where there's lots of instruments around the ringside area. Lashley, I don't know who he's facing. I'll change the little graphic once I know. Oh, is it Shelton? Shelton did get his match then. Right, Lashley versus Shelton. Didn't expect that tonight. Did not expect that tonight. Lashley versus Shelton. Axman said Cornette was before my time. I know that he was in TNA, WWE, WCW back in the day. His podcast has funny moments. Yeah, I listened to it. I listened to it along with Grilling JR, Something to Wrestle With. I do like those two in particular. I did start listening to the Kurt Angle one as well. I was quite impressed with that. So that was pretty cool. There's a few. I do like listening to wrestling podcasts, and certainly ones that don't just talk about the current product, but go back as well. I always find that quite interesting. So yeah, there's a few that I like to go and give a listen to, and that's one. But there's a lot of what he says that I disagree with. He was laying into Asuka this week, having to go at Asuka's character, saying that he thought that it was borderline racist, Asuka's character. So, which was interesting. I disagreed, but it's interesting to listen to other perspectives. So, right, we are at commercial break. Where are we? 14 minutes away. William says, I think that WrestleMania taught us, as great as we remember past shows to be, tomorrow's show is always going to be better. The announcer called it a 2-on-1 handicap, but Cedric is not in gear, so I guess he got that wrong, says Lauren. Interesting. Harley said, Days, I found my new favourite song to listen to on my headset. What? Hey, hey, hop, hop. Sahil says you should listen to the What Culture podcasts. They're hilarious. Didn't even know they did them, to be honest. Didn't even know they did them. Days, who have you got at Mania, Lashley or Drew? Personally, I think Bobby should be champion. Adam, yeah, I would keep it on. I would keep it on Lashley. I think Drew was good. I think, to be honest, I think Drew needs to change his promos. I think Drew can come across as a bit smarmy when he's champion. I think he can come across as a bit, I don't know. I don't like his promo. When he's like fired up and he's calling someone out is good. But if it's the night after he just won, then he can come across as a bit smarmy, a bit self-arrogant. I don't really like it. It's kind of like we took the best that he had to offer, but his best was never going to be good enough. And I get that it's the kind of thing that you would say, but I don't know. I would spin it different. I would do it different. I just find that he comes across as quite smarmy. So I would change some of his promos a little bit, but his matches have been great. But either way, I feel like this is Bobby Lashley's time. So, yeah, I would keep it on Lashley as well. Corey says, Days, Brock Lesnar will return to attack McIntyre tonight, and WrestleMania will become a triple threat. Well, look, that is going to be huge if that's what happens. Absolutely huge. We were questioning, would we get a surprise tonight? I mean, I suppose we've already had it with the Hurt Business splitting up. But if we do get Brock, that would be massive. But I'm sure the rumors were he wasn't going to be at Mania. Never say never, though. This Mania card is one of the best in WWE history. Mm-hmm. Yep. I really like it. Really like it. It's just a couple of matches, as we keep saying. But I think across 2 days, with everything that's been announced, I mean, Sammy versus Kevin Owens. I know Logan Paul's going to be at ringside, but hopefully he doesn't get involved. I don't want him getting involved. But I don't mind him being the ringside referee, guest timekeeper, something like this. I don't mind that. But so Sammy and Kevin should put on a great match. The main event matches look awesome. Yeah, there's lots to get excited about. Aren't we getting Cesaro and Seth as well? What a match. Brilliant. Asuka, Rhea, Bianca, Sasha. It's great. Really excited. And the return of fans as well. You can't underestimate the impact that that's going to have. And we're back in a stadium. It's just going to feel so different to last year. Big strikes coming in by Shelton then. The bell has sounded, and Shelton really going here for Bobby. Lucha Underground is better than this. Well, I would like to try and catch it when it returns. There's rumours that it's on its way back, but I never got a chance to watch it. We've spoke a bit about Lucha Underground. Days, did you search Handsome Squidward? No. No, I did not. I'm a boomer. I can't be searching for things like that. I kind of hope Cesaro beats Seth, as that would do more for Cesaro than Seth. I agree, James. Yeah. I really hope Cesaro goes on to get a title shot. You can still do that match whether it's Edge or Roman, so I agree. Days, what's happening to the 2019 Raw stage and the Friday Night SmackDown stage with the blocky bits? They should bring those back. They aren't traveling. So as a result, the Thunderdome is all set up. So there's not really a need to change those stages over. Because like it's a bit pointless. Like you've got SmackDown on the road with their stage. You got Raw on the road with their stage. That was the whole point. They would both go into different places each week. Whereas here, there's only one Thunderdome in the same place for Raw and SmackDown. So you only need one stage. And it's there's no need whatsoever to take it down and reassemble different stages for different shows. All they've got to do is change the colours on the screens from red to blue and the name of the show. That's it. From Raw to SmackDown. Lovely. Done. Thanks. So that's why we're not getting it. But once we get back onto the road and we need two separate stages, then I'm sure they'll return. I wasn't really into that Raw one. I wasn't when I first saw it. But I got over it quite quickly. I thought the SmackDown one with like the things was cool. I thought the SmackDown one was better. But the Raw one, I don't know if it was tall enough. Benjamin looking for a pin on Lashley. Cedric was providing a distraction. Kieran Martin says, Days, is Samoa Joe not on commentary? He isn't on commentary, no. I don't know where he is. Haven't heard any reports on Samoa Joe. I hope everything's all right. They haven't mentioned as to why he's not there, I don't believe. But no, you're not losing your mind. You're not crazy. There is no Samoa Joe. Nice. Big spine buster by Lashley. MVP says the angrier that Lashley gets, the stronger he gets. The little flaps on his boots have come undone. That bothers me. I never would have thought that in 2021, Jim Cornette would be one of the biggest heels in wrestling. And he doesn't even need to leave Castle Cornette. Do you prefer Blood Monday Night Raw or Crips Friday Night SmackDown? I'm a Crip. Montel. I'm a SmackDown guy. I bleed blue. Right. He manages to get the hurt lock on, and Shelton is thrown to the side. Bobby Lashley is victorious. I don't think that'll surprise too many people. Match was all right. What do you think of Bad Bunny? I hope he beats Miz at WrestleMania, says Jenny. I thought his strike was very good. I thought that looked very good. I'm not a fan of him wrestling, because I think in order to step into the ring, you should have a lot of training. And honestly, he's probably been in training since Royal Rumble, maybe even before. So he could have, 4 months, 3-4 months of training. I'm sure he's putting the hours in. I hope he's putting the hours in. And I'm sure he'll do some stuff that will impress people. And people will say, look, he can wrestle. Because he does a moonsault. Or he does a drop kick. Or he does a moonsault and a drop kick. Or he does a missile drop kick. But that doesn't make you a wrestler. But I personally wouldn't have him in there. It's not a match that I'm particularly looking forward to, but we'll see. His strike looked good. If he's going to strike like that at Mania, then that's a positive. We've got New Day here. We've got Kofi with, is it popcorn? I don't know what's in that container. Xavier's got a board that says, listen to the New Day podcast. Support our heroes, Rock. What does that mean? Game night. I don't know what this is about. Okay, we're going to commercial break again. We're almost at the halfway point, but we won't do halftime scores yet because we're not halfway. We're 3 minutes early, so it'll have to be at the next commercial break. Gaming in real time. Shout out to you, says, wait, Lashley versus Shelton. What's going on? Yeah, they split at the start of the show. Little bit quick, don't you think? Little bit quick to have this match. Like, the Hurt Business have been together. People really like them. Hurt Business colliding. Just kind of the match is just thrown out there, not with any fanfare or anything. It's just kind of like they really don't care about it. I don't know. Yeah, it's happened. They had a match. That's it. Hurt Business is done. There is a few thoughts doing the rounds that this might be a fake split. And that they might still actually be a group. And it might be a plan, a trap. But, I don't know. They just had a match. Lashley won. They proper went at each other. Where is the turtleneck, says Omarom. Squidge But Gamer says, is Elite 78 Matt Riddle available in the UK? I honestly don't know. I mean, all the shops are closed here in the UK, so it's best to go to a wrestling shop. That's who I've always used if ever I have bought offline. I do try not to buy offline, if I'm being perfectly honest. But if ever I have in the past, those are the people that I've always tried to use. Action figures. They've got 84 in stock at the moment, so you can even get 84 or up to 84. So flip. I am so, do you know what? It's only when I'm looking at all these figures now that they've got that I'm seeing just how far behind I am. I am so far behind when it comes to figures. There is loads that I don't have. I'm looking for 78 for you. I don't think they've got any of those in stock by the looks. They've got the Kofi Kingston from 78, but it doesn't look like they've got the Riddle in stock at the moment by the looks of it. Have they? No. Looks like they've only got Kofi at Wrestling Shop. It might still be on shelves. I mean, I honestly don't even know what's in the shops because obviously the shops have all been closed. So I'm sure you'll find it. You'll get it off eBay. Bathstroke says, Our Heroes Rock is an organization that Big E has started with some other people. I'm pretty sure it is supposed to teach the importance of Black history, but I'm not entirely sure. I've not heard of it. I haven't heard anything about it. But then I don't listen to the New Day podcast and I don't watch Up, Down, Down. So it's probably been shouted about on there. So that's interesting. That's interesting. As I said, I haven't heard of that at all. Right, steel cage match. We've got a graphic for it. It's 1 week from Saturday. Streaming on Peacock. Braun Strowman facing Shane McMahon. Andres says Cornette doesn't like Asuka because he doesn't like Riho, which doesn't make any sense. Which to me makes no sense that he doesn't like small Japanese wrestlers. Yeah, I mean, he was saying that, like, the way that she, like, just shouts in Japanese and everything, he was saying, is that not, like, really stereotypical? Does it not come across as, like, racist? I mean, to me, it doesn't. To his co-host, it doesn't. I mean, it is just Asuka talking Japanese. I mean, I don't think there's anything racist about it. It's just her talking in her native language. So there's stuff that he says that I do disagree with. A lot that he says that I disagree with, but I do still listen. He's very knowledgeable when it comes to, like, older wrestling. Anyway, we've got a game night now. Yep. I think we still got MVP out there. I think MVP is still on commentary. Right, AJ is making his way out. And here is Omos as well. We're going to be seeing Omos in action at WrestleMania. Right. That's going to be a good match. Go Sheamus. This will be a good match as well. New Day versus AJ and Omos. Game night. Whoop whoop. Mike said, I've got Elite 78 Riddle. So in the ring right now, we've got a Jenga. We've got, is it a Battling Robot? I can't remember what that game's called. Someone mentioned it the other day. Connect 4. Look at the size of Omos. Look at the size of him. We know how important it is for a team to be a well-oiled machine. We've got Uno, Connect 4, Jenga. AJ says, you think by playing these games, it's going to prove who the better team is? Rock'em Sock'em. That's it. I never can remember it. Rock'em Sock'em. What a weird name for two plastic robots that punch each other. Rock'em Sock'em. It's the Rock'em Sock'em connection. What's happening? Charades. What's this? Songs? 1,000 Miles by Vanessa Carlton. That's cheating. This is silly. This is silly. Uno Day. Yeah, it is charades. I prefer Hungry Hippos. Well, The Lion King. Amos is just not into this. I can't say I blame him. Amos is just not. This is not. Is it me, or is wrestling getting even more PG? Is it me? You know, like how everyone complains about wrestling being so PG. I feel like it's getting more PG. Like we just saw Hey Hey Hop Hop. I feel like we've gone preschool now. Have we gone preschool? I don't even know if you'd give this a PG rating. You don't need parents to be around to watch after. This is so weird. It is so weird. What other show has got like such young aimed content like this? Like it's aimed at a really young demographic, but then also like has swearing in it. He's drawing a picture. It's a rocket ship. New Day have got rocket ship, right? This is G rated. What's G? Is G below PG? Gaming in Real Time says, wait, Lashley, what's going on? Oh, we read that one. Shout out to you, Gaming in Real Time. Sandman, we didn't read this one. Sandman882 said, it's segments like this why Raw should be 2 hours. Do you know what? I think we all feel like Amos, or at least most of us. Amos is just standing there. What is this? It's the sun. He's drawn a picture of the sun, and Amos is just staring at it. He looks so unimpressed. We're all getting PG content around this time. We've had the guys permanently burnt alive. It's bizarre, isn't it? It's just bizarre. Joaquin said, Days, this is so PG. Peacock would take it off. Yeah. Amos says, all we have to do is win at Mania. Then you'll see what I'm capable of. And that was it. There was no Jenga. There was no Rock'em Sock'em. Unbelievable! We've been robbed! The Hurt Business is splitting up. They just don't give any groups or factions together anymore. Honestly. Look at Amos. Right, get in your scores. Get in your scores. What do you think of this? Do you remember when it was like good at the start? I remember when it was good at the start. I remember when I was full of praise for this show. Now I can take Amos serious with that voice because that's his actual voice, but not from Apollo, says King. 3 out of 10 says TX based. 3 out of 10 says Draven. 5 says Ephraim. 6.5 says Donnell. Shaquem says 5. Today says 4.5. Troy says 7.5. Rob says 2. Jake says 0. James Chadwick says sleepy face, sleepy face, sleepy face, sleepy face, laughing face, laughing face. Miss Count 1 says, oh. Trey Gaming says 6.5. Ian says 7.25. Philip says 3.5. These are quite low, aren't they, actually? For that terrible part and Hurt Business, my score has dropped to a 1, says Eldritch. JP says 6. Austin says 6. Brendan says 9. Jay says 5.75. Did anyone else know that Finn Balor is almost 40 freaking years old, says 49. I didn't know that he was... How old would I have said he was? I would have guessed at about 37. I would have said late 30s. I would have said late 30s. Maybe I wouldn't have said 39 or 40. Right, let me just read these numbers. 5.5, 6, 6, 5, 8, 3, 6.2, 0, 5, 3, 4, 5, another 0, 6.75, 4.5, 6, 7, 6.75, 9. Efron says the first 30 minutes were good. 6, 3, 5, 6.8454, 6, 1.1, 6, 5. Man, I feel like I'm saying a lot of 6s, 5s, not any 7s in there. I don't think I said 7. There was a few 3s. It's quite low in it. It's quite low. I don't think it's like, I still don't think it's as bad as what it was at the start of the year. I still don't think it was that bad. I think we've been in a worse place than we've been tonight. At least we got the split of the Hurt Business and the whole Drew being attacked story that's still kind of playing throughout the show. Some bad segments though. So I don't quite know where I am score-wise, but I don't think this is the worst Raw of the year. I'm sure I can already see Wrestling Observer saying that it is. I can already see Wrestling Observer saying that this is the worst Raw of the year. Because these are some pretty cringe segments. I don't know. I think even in the cringe segments, there's a little bit of humor in there. You can get somewhat from them. Maybe. I don't know. It's not boring. Let's put it that way. At least there's something to have fun with. At least it's not just pointless match, pointless match, pointless match, pointless match, and there's nothing there. So let's see. Let's see how the rest of the show goes. We're going back to it now. I stand by the Raws at the start of the year were worse than this. We need Lana to get put through the table again, says Omeron. Right. What did you think of game night? Not brilliant. The reviews are in. Not brilliant. Hello, what's this? Row Nose Wrestling. That's a great poster. He's doing a great impression. He's great. He even does the walk off. That is awesome. That is awesome. That is great. There's plenty of kids around in the 80s that were doing that, let me tell you. What you gonna do, brother? Ah. That's like a flashback to my youth. That's cool. That was cool. That poster was great. Life-size poster. I wonder if they do them of all the stars. They must do a Fiend one. The Fiend one would sell really well, wouldn't it? Imagine a Fiend one or who would I get? Probably get Asuka. Life-size poster for the walk. They do the standees, don't they? I don't need one of them. Although I do have a Hogan one. But it is from a computer game. And it was free because I got it in the shop that I was working at the time, so I didn't buy it. Alexa versus Mrs. RKO in a winner gets to sit on Orton match, says Febo74. Efren said, I thought Titus O'Neil and Hogan were going to face off at Mania. Days, I can't wait for contract signing. Do you think that will be the main event? What, Asuka and Rhea contract signing? I wouldn't think so. That's had no build. I don't think it was meant to even be the match. I'd be surprised if they make that the main event tonight. I'd imagine something with Drew will be the main event. Anyone remember William Regal did a promo on Hogan and his old 80s TV show that used to air on CBS here in the States on Saturday mornings? I don't remember that, Capsman. Might have to YouTube that one. Derek says, first it was the Iconics breaking up, and now the Hurt Business just split all the factions. Maybe they're going to split up the Riot Squad again. That was a good kid. That kid segment was cool, man. That was cool. I saw Hogan tweet a still image from that video, and I just thought it was a picture that had been sent of a kid dressed as Hogan with the poster on. I didn't realize it was a video. I didn't realize it was a video of him doing like a little impression. Right, game night is done. We've come back. It's AJ Xavier. And we've gone to commercial break again. Days, do you like the Fiend or Demon Finn? Demon Finn. Days, did you know Amos is 45 years old? I didn't. Is he? What's he been doing all his life? Where's he been? What you gonna do when Titus slides into WrestleMania, brother? Billy Kay and the Resume is the only team that we've got. They better not split them up, Omeron. If they split them up, Soldier Boy, The Fiend, and Alexa versus Randy, Bow Wow, and Mrs. Orton. Bucket now. Hey, did you see that Randy was properly trending? Properly trending on the proper trending page for his interactions with Soldier Boy. So it's definitely got people talking. Definitely got people talking. Days Liv Morgan be like, if I can't be Sister Abigail, then I'll be his sister-in-law. Oh, right, yeah, because of her being with Bo on a farm. That's wild, isn't it? I still can't believe that's true. That she lives on a farm with Bo Dallas. Can't believe it. If Drew doesn't get attacked, it will be beep. Billy Kay is so cringe. I like Billy Kay. I think she does humor really well. I like her. I like her. She actually makes me laugh. Her humor isn't like her acting like a child. She's just trying to control the situation. She's trying to get control of a situation that she's not in control of. So, like at the Royal Rumble, she was trying to get someone to be her partner. She was trying to make alliances so that, you know, she could get further in the Rumble. And people kept turning her back on her and not joining up with her. And she was trying to get a grasp of the situation, and it was falling apart. So I kind of like that. Like, again, she was trying to get into the Riot Squad. She was trying to help them out, and that obviously backfired. So I think there is some humor in all of that. Her trying so hard at succeeding at different things, controlling certain situations, and it not paying off. So I wish they would explore it more. We haven't seen her in ages. She's clearly just not in any plans. Although I did see her skipping backstage. She's a skipping expert, and that was on her resume. That little video went onto social media. It was good. It was fun. She's kind of the female R-Truth. I think R-Truth is genuinely funny. I think Billy Kay is genuinely funny. Xavier Woods goes against the ropes, over the top, lands on his feet. Picks up, dumps AJ. Days, they've announced Riddle, Sheamus, US title match. I think you missed it. Yeah, I didn't see it. No surprises there. I think we all knew it was heading in that direction, but good to see it getting confirmed. Days, will there be an Andre Battle Royal? Not sure, but they haven't announced one yet. Hopefully they do. I'd love to see Billy Kay win the women's. How would you plan Bobby versus Drew? I would have Bobby win clean. Great match, but Bobby wins clean. And then I think Drew would have to go off into a feud with someone else. And then Bobby would be free to carry on as champion and defend against whatever challenges arise. Hard to know who that would be, actually. I mean, I suppose you'd have to get Fiend up there at some point because his fans would want it. And you'd have to think that WrestleMania will be the blow-off for Orton. I'm not saying that I would do Fiend Lashley. Certainly not straight away, because you've got to keep building Lashley. Lashley's only had it a few weeks. So I'd get him past Drew. Then it's difficult. I don't know who he would face. I don't know who all the big faces are on Raw. I don't know. I mean, AJ's a heel, and he's going to be tied up with being champion, you would imagine. Days, Hogan Andre at Mania 3 was 34 years ago yesterday. Would you be bothered if Drew wins? I wouldn't be bothered if Drew wins. It wouldn't bother me if Drew wins. I just think that Lashley deserves a good run. A good run. Kofi just got thrown over the barricade, which is what we saw on SmackDown. We're starting to see Amos do some stuff here. Charged into Xavier. Xavier goes down. AJ says, if you want to be a champion, let's get it done. Look at Amos, man. Amos. Do you remember ages ago we were talking about how they had this monster hidden away called Jordan Oma Being? We were like, man, I wonder if this is the year that we see Jordan. I wonder if Jordan's going to be in the Rumble. And he never was. And then he finally arrived as a ninja at Backlash. And look at where he is now. Amos. This absolute terrifying monster. They have built him beautifully, haven't they? He feels like a killer. Big power bomb. The person that told you that Amos is 45 lied. I did a quick fact check, and he is actually 27. Wow, there we go. Breaking news. Bobby Trashley sucks, says Mike. Cesaro Lashley would be a good program, but they're unfortunately on different brands. Yeah. If Lashley retains, there's not a name that really comes to mind. I mean, Keith Lee comes to mind. Riddle, you'd have to think will still be in the US title picture. I don't know. Maybe I'm forgetting, like, some really obvious people. We got Alexa in her playground. Days, when you're booked as an absolute killer monster and you lose your title in your very first pay-per-view title defense, the only way forward is an absolute downfall. Bobby really deserves a long reign. I watch Lucha Underground on Kicks every Monday night. Last night was Aztec Warfare and Sexy Star won the Lucha Underground title. I don't understand. What do you mean? Is that on MLW? Basti, because Lucha Underground isn't on right now, is it? Because it got cancelled, and then I saw that there was talks that it was coming back. And then someone mentioned that it might be coming back as part of MLW. I don't even. You might be. Are you watching reruns? Maybe. To my knowledge, it's not back up and running, and there's a weekly show. So I don't know. I'm quite confused. Confused about what's happening in the world of Lucha Underground. Amos looks great at wrestling, way better than what the Giant Gonzalez ever did. Jim said, I wonder if we will ever see Alexa Bliss back to her normal self. Don't know. Sonny said, Funhouse Bray had better be on that other swing. Where is Dabba-Kato? I've no idea, considering he got drafted to Raw. Like, he was actually drafted. Even though Raw Underground finished, they still drafted Dabba-Kato. Yeah, where is he? You're right. We won't get Funhouse Bray. MLW is on Be In Sports, says Capsman. Lashley versus Fiend, says RTS Wrestling. Sohan said this is a boring Raw. What could be better than Jamaican Kofi coming back? Yes! Let's bring back Jamaican Kofi. More accents. That's what we need. I just tagged you in a post from Alex on rumours about Charlotte being pregnant. She was medically suspended from action, took home tests, which was not true. Not happy how info was given. Maybe she is pregnant. Wow, could you imagine if she is pregnant? But everyone that's due to face Asuka gets pregnant. That is crazy, isn't it? Imagine if she is pregnant. So Asuka wins the title because Becky got pregnant. She then meant to lose the title to Lacey Evans, but didn't because Lacey Evans got pregnant. Then she was meant to face Charlotte at WrestleMania, but rumors are Charlotte's now pregnant. Oh my God, Rhea Ripley, look after yourself. Lock yourself away, Rhea Ripley. They can make AJ into a Frenchman. That would be good. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. That's French. We've just got WrestleMania 30 moment brought to us by Snickers. She had COVID. Yes, that is what was reported. Maybe she got COVID mixed up with being pregnant. Who knows? What happened to Funhouse Bray? He was burnt in that fire, wasn't he? Because it's the same person. Punt kick, RKO. Days, did you see Charlie Caruso has left WWE for ESPN? Yeah, I was told that she's now full-time over there. Which is no great surprise because apparently she was turning up late quite a bit for WWE. And I think they just had enough of it. Asuka is the Empress of Motherhood. She's some kind of like pregnancy witch. They could change that, couldn't they? Asuka the pregnancy witch. That's the fan theory that people need to start telling. Not that the Fiend changes people after they face him, but the fact that Asuka gets all of her opponents pregnant. Basically, a WWE doctor told her to get tests since her HCG levels were high. She took the test to find out that she wasn't. Andrade has revealed during an interview, Shaw is not happy with the info given. Okay. Well, sounds like a whole load of drama, doesn't it? Right, we're moving on to the next WrestleMania match, which is Fiend and Orton. We, just before the break, saw Alexa in her playground backstage. We've obviously heard from Orton earlier. This music box has sort of become a bit like the Undertaker's urn, hasn't it? She carries it all the time now. And when she winds it up and the thing pops up, that's when he appeared last time. It kind of feels like this is now how this is what they're gonna start using to summon him. What I don't understand is she didn't use that when he first returned. So it would have been better if she had been in a match. You know, when it was Alexa versus Randy, it would have been better if she like grabbed the box at some point, smiled, and then started doing it, and the thing popped up, lights go out, and that's how he returns. But he didn't come back with that box. But she seems now to use the box as a way of summoning him. She did last week, and she was holding it before we went to the commercial break. And she's still holding it. There's a secret about the box. It's more than a jack in a box. Used to be called the devil in a box. Herb Lex makes Fiend appear in the ring after popping the weasel.
Randy burned the Fiend alive. And Randy truly believed that the Fiend was gone forever. But Randy was wrong. The Fiend was just weakened. Trapped. Trapped in my Fiend in a box. But you can't trap evil forever.
You can't trap evil forever. She does keep looking over to the side.
Standing across from Randy Orton at WrestleMania. Randy's biggest mistake used to be playing with fire that he truly didn't understand.
Daisy, she even got Becky pregnant because Becky turned pregnant just 1 month. Yes.
He's thinking he understands what's next. He doesn't.
Randy says that he understands what's next, but he doesn't. At WrestleMania, the Legend Killer dies. Right, she winds the box. The Fiend in a box pops out. The camera pans across. Fiend on a swing! Fiend on a swing! Fiend on a swing. So the camera panned across, and the Fiend was just sat there chilling on a swing. Right, we're with Drew in the locker room. Drew's in the locker room. He said, "Who's going to step up?"
Nobody stepped up. Quite frankly, I'm disappointed. A few years ago, a young Drew McIntyre was
Drew said years ago, if someone offered me this opportunity, I would have gone for it. Someone step up. He's talking to Braun. Braun says, don't you worry about me. This feels like a video game, you know, when you're backstage in story mode. Don't worry about me. I'm going to make sure Shane gets these hands. They're all just stuck in their own stories. There's Humberto Carrillo. I've been waiting for you to step up. Anyone. This is good from Drew. Sorry, bro.
Sheamus is like a full Thanksgiving meal, and I don't have room for dessert.
There we go. Someone stepped up. It was Angel Garza. He's probably furious because there is no Charlie Caruso. His boo has gone, guys. Drew with a headbutt to Gulak. Gulak goes down. This isn't making the locker room look great, is it? Drew is standing with Ricochet. He says, I've been waiting for you for a very long time. You've known me a long time. If it's a fight you're looking for, then look no further. Drew says, I respect that. I'll see you in the ring. So, Drew Ricochet has been made. That's good. Real intensity to that. Joaquin said, Ricochet, this is your moment. Right, Nia and Shayna making their way down. Simpanold is here, guys. Simpanold! Simpanold is here. Flipping his way down to the ring. I like that with Drew. I do feel sorry for the rest of the locker room because they were just kind of fed to Drew a little bit there. He just took out like loads of different people. The couple of stars that were in there were just like very much stuck on their own stories, not interested in facing Drew. But I thought Drew, you know, screaming and shouting, some real intensity. It's always great to go into the locker room. It's nice to get those kind of behind the scenes looks, you know, so I kind of like that. I thought it was all right. Him against Ricochet will be fine, but I would expect Drew to quite comfortably win that match. So yeah, I'm not sure this is a platform for Ricochet or really much for Ricochet, but I bet Ricochet's just happy he's on TV. I bet Ricochet's just happy he's getting a match. So I'm pleased for him for that. Right, we are going to commercial break. How long? We've got 50 minutes left. Sahil said days that Fiend on a swing segment was the worst thing I've seen. It was just a funny visual. Do you know, like the Fiend is like this kind of like dark character. We haven't seen him that long. To see him sat there on a swing, it's weird. But that promo from Alexa was all right. It was all right. She was talking about how that box used to be called a devil in a box, and she said it's my Fiend in a box. I don't like her saying that, you know, Fiend was gone and he was inside that box. Because, again, it doesn't make any sense. Because he wasn't. He was under the ring. He came from under the ring. And she didn't use that box in that match. So she didn't free him from that box. So, I don't know. I mean, like, for a story that's meant to be so creative and clever, I would think that would be quite an important detail. That she's saying that he's been hiding in this box, or he's been in the box, but you can't keep evil away forever. It's like, well, He wasn't in the box, was he? He came from under the ring. And you didn't use the box in that match. So, don't know. I don't know. I think that it's... I don't know. I like the mask. I don't mind the new look of the Fiend. I think this feud with Randy needs to end. And we need to go in a different direction. But I do stand by what I said earlier. Hopefully a clean match at Mania. Have the Fiend say to Randy, "You're forgiven, you're cured, she forgives you," something along those lines. And then obviously we can have a babyface Randy after. Babyface Randy, I don't know what he would do after. I mean, she just said that at WrestleMania he dies. So what I'm thinking is that Randy's going to be killed at WrestleMania. That's where I'm at. I think Randy's going to be killed. So, there we go. Ricochet in the Hurt Business. Days, my mum is in hospital, so I couldn't be on the stream. So I wanted to say hi. How is your day? I'm all right. I hope you're well, Clay. I'm sorry to hear that about your mom, Clay Harrison. I hope everything's okay. Clearly it's not, but I hope it's getting better. Let's put it that way. So thanks for stopping by. Appreciate the support, bud. If you look closely on the Fiend's chest, you can make out a face of the old Fiend, says Clay. Birrick said, that was a good segment. I wish Umberto had a chance. His match with Rollins on October in 2019 was a hell of a match. Anna said, Drew Ricochet. Drew absolutely dismantles Ricochet, doesn't stop after the bell, and Aleister Black returns. I would be happy, brackets, not bad, Bunny. That would be good. I think we would all like to see Aleister Black return. I don't know what's happening with him, though. The only interactions that I've seen have been between him and Andrade after Andrade left. And you just very much get the impression that Alistair's waiting his time. Right, Naomi versus Shayna is what we've got right now. We do still have the contract signing coming up. So we've got the contract signing still to come between Asuka and Rhea. We've obviously got Drew and Ricochet still coming up as well. We've now got Naomi and Shayna in the ring. Lana on the outside, looking like an extra from Grease. I'm getting like Pink Lady vibes from her. And we've got the sexy muscle friends on commentary. The segment told me in kayfabe that no one in the locker room cares, says Andres. I don't know if they don't care or if they were actually intimidated. So, you know what I mean? Like, maybe if they'd have all worked together or something. But I think Drew going on the offensive was quite clever. So it's not Drew, like, looking around, like, seeing if anyone's going to attack him. He's taking the fight, basically. He's gone into the locker room. I'm here. Who's stepping up? Braun. Calls out Braun. Braun stands up and he's right there in his face. I kind of feel like it made him look quite important. Made him look quite fearless. Oh, wow, look at this. Oh, Nia did pick up Lana. Thought she was going to put her through the table. Lana goes down. Dana picks up Lana. Lana goes on the edge of the... Why can't these matches just be clean? We've got Simpinord. We got Lana getting involved. We got Naomi pinning Shayna. Naomi pinned Shayna. Have we had any women's action tonight? I don't think we have we? Here's the women's division, guys. Here we go. You want women's wrestling? There it is. Women's wrestling right there. All 2 minutes of it. With loads of outside interference. There's loads of women down. We got Dana down. We got Mandy down. Hey, here's a woman. Here's a woman. Here's a champion. Asuka and Riddle.
Yeah, I'm a little sore and a little beat up, but hey, at least I get to fight Sheamus at WrestleMania and check it out. I got my
It's,
scooter working again.
he's showing Asuka his stallion.
You think people like these in Japan?
Do you think people like these in Japan?
Yeah, you think? I'm sorry, I had to figure out what I was saying. That's not right. Well, Riddle just lives in a world of his own, doesn't he?
He said, I'm sorry, I forgot what I'm saying, and he walked off. Did he think that was pre-taped? Did he not know that was live? Was that a botch? Riddle just said, I'm sorry, I forgot what I was saying, and walked off. I think that was a botch. I'm sorry, I forgot what I'm saying. And he walked off. The thing with Riddle is you don't quite know because of the fact that what he says is so gibberish and out there anyway. For him to turn around to go, I'm sorry, I forgot what I'm saying. And for him to then walk off, you kind of go, is that a botch? It feels like a botch. That feels like a botch. Even Asuka kind of went, okay, and walked off. Oh, my God. What is this? What is this? What was that? I think he thought that was pre-taped. I think in his mind, he thought that they were recording that and they were going to play it later. And I think he thought that he was going to do it again. So I think he went, oh, I'm sorry, no, I've lost my train of thought. And I think in his mind, they were about to record it again. But it's like, Riddle, that was live. We were live. That's just gone out. Oh, Riddle! Riddle! Going Ghost. What's up, Days? Hope you are well. Sorry I'm late. There was crazy drama in the sneaker world today. And the sneaker world kicking off, is it? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It's all kicking off in the sneaker world. That was wonderful. That was the best botch, says Vape Ross Vape. That was 100% a botch. It's because of his match with Lashley. It's probably an angle. Maybe they're going for a real losing his mind stoner gimmick, and that was the start of it. Yeah, look, this is what I'm saying. I think it's a botch. That strikes me as a botch because he's like, do you think they'd have these scooters in Japan? And she was like, oh yeah. And he goes, oh, what, you think they did? No, I lost where I was. And he just seemed to, like, in the middle of it, for no reason, just go, no, I forgot where I was. And it didn't fit. It really, honestly, 99% sure that was a botch. 99.9% sure that was a botch. Poor Riddle. Did you see the picture that Bray posted on Twitter of him and CM Punk? Yes. This Raw needs much less griddle and more pancakes. I think Riddle does mushrooms since he has that tattooed on him. I'm sure he has. Days Alexa keeps saying Fiend can't wait to be on the other side of the ring from Orton, and I can't see them announcing a Funhouse match next week, days before Mania. Days, did you see the picture? Yes, I did. If Drew takes back the championship against Lashley at Mania, you owe me chicken nuggets. If Drew takes back the championship against Lashley at Mania, you all owe me chicken nuggets. So you are confident that Drew is winning. Yeah, I think Drew goes in as favourite. But I would rather Lashley retained. Been watching wrestling religiously for 20 years, and that, my friends, was a botch, says Greg. Let him in said for sure that was a botch. Shake My Head Street Profits gave him too much smoke. Yeah, man. I mean, look, this is a problem. This is the kind of thing that ruins a character. I mean, that won't. Do you know what I mean? People will just laugh that off, but because it was just a throwaway moment. But you've got to be so careful with stuff like that. I can't imagine Vince is going to be massively impressed with that, and you don't want to unimpress Vince because all of a sudden the nice little push that you were getting. His saving grace is that he is that kind of a character that's a bit, all over the place. So there's just that slight seed of doubt, but yeah, it's a botch. I'm sure the word botch is all over Twitter right now. Isn't Raw taped? No. Next week's is. Next week's shows, I believe, are taped, but I think this one is live. Brock will be added to the match. Alex said, Yowie wowie, it seems whenever Alexa gets with someone in story, they become ugly. Fiend. Did she let you in her playground and it scarred you for life? And with that botch, congrats to Sheamus on winning the US title. Right. Adam Pearce is in the ring, so it looks like we're getting the contract signing right now with Asuka and Rhea. This is my brutality. Here comes Rhea. Can I have a title match, please? Right, here is Rhea. If we are placing food bets on Mania, then I'm all in. If Roman wins, I will buy someone a pizza. But if Edge wins, someone owes me 20 Let's not start this. Days, was Bunny's punch a botch? He legit hit Miz in the face. I don't think it was a botch. I honestly think Miz will have said backstage. It could have been, but I honestly think Miz said backstage, make it look good. I think when you've got someone untrained like that, the worst thing that can happen is if Bad Bunny had been scared of her in the Miz, and he just... they would have got slaughtered. Slaughtered. If I'm Miz, I'm saying to Bad Bunny, hit me with all you've got. Hit me with all that you've got. Because, even if you hit me and you knock me out or something, because you catch me clean on the chin, and, I don't know how powerful Bad Bunny is, but whatever. Hit me with all that you've got, because it's going to be so important that this has got to look good. There's already people doubting that, Bad Bunny should have a match. Last thing we can do is give them a reason now to criticize even more. So hit me with everything you've got. I totally could understand that conversation happening. Right, Asuka making her way down. Riddle, obviously, embarrassing himself a little. But we have moved on. Rhea in the ring then, in a chair. Asuka. Current Raw Women's Champion. I'm the Raw Women's Champion. And you are... You're overconfident? You're overconfident? Now I'm confident to tell you to your face that I'm going to beat you at WrestleMania and take your championship. That was good from Rhea. Sign it. All the little mannerisms. Not a clue. Your confidence is borrowed, not earned. Oh! Asuka. Asuka's the one that's showing a bit of overconfidence. Asuka's the one that's like, you're not ready for... And Rhea Ripley's like, what? You don't think I am? Flips the table over. Asuka goes down. Rhea standing over Asuka. That was good, man. I enjoyed Asuka's antics. I enjoyed how straight Rhea played that. We've got Shane. Oh, don't be a tag match. Oh my God, don't give me a tag match. A tag match. Please. We don't need opponents teaming together. What is this new flipping fascination that Vince has got with making people that hate each other team together? Rhea Ripley turns heel. I don't think so. Where is our WrestleMania match? Asuka's holding her mouth again. I don't know if she's just selling, but we know that those teeth are not permanent teeth. She's apparently the surgery's still got to take place. These are just temporary. She's still holding her mouth, look. I like that from Nia. Nia stomps and says, I'll show you what brutality really is. Oh my God, it is a tag match. Rhea Ripley says, we accept. Oh my God, what's going on? Wake up, Asuka. No, Shayna, you should know better. After all, Rhea beat you for that NXT title. Right, we got Ricochet backstage. We got just over half an hour to go. Here's MVP. Here comes the tag match. I know. Ricochet says tonight is about me. MVP's having a word with Ricochet. I'm going to beat Drew. I'll see you later. Little smile on the face of MVP. So it looks like Drew McIntyre's coming out now. So this is a bit early for the main event. So it doesn't look like this is going to be the main event. The flip is the main event tonight. McIntyre versus Rick O'Shea. I like the contract signing. Thought Rhea Ripley came across like a awesome star, mega star. I think Asuka's the one that's healing it up, actually. I think Asuka's healing it up a little bit by being like so and Rhea Ripley's playing it a lot more straight. So Asuka's bringing like the comedy, the na na na, and Rhea's going straight down the middle. So I like that dynamic. I think that's good. I thought the contract signing was good. I like the table flip. I like how Asuka was saying your confidence is borrowed. It's certainly not been earned. It's good. Yeah, it's good. I just didn't need the tag match being made. Philip said, I'm sorry, but this Raw is truly trash. Sheamus and Riddle has still been the only good part. Harley said, Days, who is Jax and Baszler fighting at Mania? I don't know that they are, but I don't know that they are. Because next week they are in a match with Asuka and Rhea. Unless someone's going to come down, unless all the teams are going to come down and get involved, and then we get like a fatal 4-way or something along those lines. But yeah, I'm surprised they haven't made a match for this week for the women's tag titles. And next week, they're up against Asuka and Rhea. So, unless there's going to be outside interference. Did anyone do a Ric Flair flop tonight? I really think the Saturday night will go down in history. No Ric Flair flops. But maybe a juicy botch from Mr. Riddle. That's maybe the biggest talking point from this show, apart from the Hurt Business splitting. Ricochet main event in Raw, and he got rid of the shorts. The shorts were the problem all along. Michael said this Raw is 5.25. Charlie said Bobby wants someone to take out Drew because Bobby can't beat Drew. Jeremy says, can we all just appreciate that Ricochet is in the main event? I don't know that he is. Are they really going to give this match 28 minutes? I find that hard to believe. I don't know that this is the main event, is it? Have they said this is the main event? Because if it is, man, they are giving it some time. Wow, they are giving it real time. RVD in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, they've not mentioned that tonight, have they? Unless they're going to mention it when we get back. They did tweet it out. It has been announced, but just not on Raw. I give it an 8 so far, says William. Where did the Raw women's roster go? They all got pregnant. That's where they went. They all went off and got pregnant. Days, they have to have a women's tag match. Otherwise, one night would have 7 and the other will have 6. Well, I mean, you can have any match, can't you? I mean, it could just put a feud on there. It wouldn't have to particularly be the women's tag title match. Could be. Could be. As we said, there could be some teams that get involved. I think it will be a main event. They'll add 2 more commercials. Well, we are just coming back from a commercial. Another advert for Dairy Queen. Presented by DQ. How long am I on timeout? You're not on timeout, bud. Austin says the main event is going to be Randy punt kicking Alexa. I'm just living my fantasy at this point. We're done with the Fiend bits, aren't we? They said there was going to be an Alexa's Playground. I think that's what we had. So I don't think that's going to be main event. Oh, look at this. We were just talking about it. Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame 2021. Dun, 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 dun. Kane going in, and here's some tweets about Kane. Kane goes into the Hall of Fame. And another. There we go. Great Carly. And are they going to mention Rob Van Dam? Surely they are. Fox Sports earlier today. Rob Van Damn. There we go. Apparently Fox Sports announced it. The rumors are true. Rob Van Dam is going into the WWE Hall of Fame. We've still got MVP on commentary. So the class of 2021, Molly Holly, Kane, Eric Bischoff, Great Carly, and Rob Van Dam. Right. Drew is in the ring. He went to Impact. Why is he in the Hall of Fame? Well, he's just his contribution to... I mean, he was a former WWE champion. He did a lot with WWE, but obviously just his career in general, to be honest. I mean, look at... They put Jushin Liger in, and he did next to nothing with WWE, but you can't not have Jushin Liger in. Right, here is Ricochet. Right, Ricochet making his way down. Drew in the ring. Interesting how Drew was in the ring and Ricochet came down after. Ricochet getting a little entrance. So Ricochet getting a little backstage moment. Ricochet getting a little promo with MVP. Ricochet getting an entrance. It's all good stuff. This is all good stuff. All like to see. Why are they doing this to Ricochet? Well, they're giving him some time. But, yeah, I don't think this is going to go well. I wish the main event was Randy punting Alexa, but I know it's not happening. It's just a fantasy. RVD is going to be inducted by Paul Heyman. That would make a lot of sense. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. They can make a gauntlet match for the women's title with Mandy and Dana, Riot Squad, Naomi and Lana, Tamina and Natty. Yeah, there are some teams, aren't there? There are some teams now. This is Domination right now from Drew. I need to shave my beard. It's gotten long, says Austin. Days, these are the people that eliminated Brock return? I don't think so. I don't think, I mean, there's been no rumors of a Brock return. Knee strike by Ricochet. I mean, if we do get a Brock return, that's going to be pretty sweet, innit? But I'm really not expecting it. Just a one count by Ricochet. Ricochet getting a bit of offense in, though, which is good to see. I wonder if RVD is going into the Hall of Fame. If that will open the door for other ECW stars. Taz, if he leaves AEW, Sabu, etc. I think it depends. It might depend on what their contributions to WWE were. Ricochet on the barricade, running across the barricade, hitting a missile dropkick. It is good that Ricochet is getting an opportunity to show what he can do. MVP cheering on Ricochet. Ricochet on the outside. Climbing up. Drew is down. Ricochet up top. No, Drew moves out the way. Drew, there's the Claymore. 1, 2, 3. McIntyre pins Ricochet. Days, my only problem with the Brock return right now is that would certainly mean the end for Lashley's reign, most probably. Well, Ali has jumped in the ring and he's stomping on Drew. So Ali has got slightly different looking attire, but he gets thrown out the ring. Drew says, do you want the match? Fight me. Right? He's shouting at Ali. So he's saying to Ali, you want the match at WrestleMania? Fight me now then. So Drew's up for that fight now. So now it looks like we're getting Drew versus Ali. Perhaps this is how it's ended. Perhaps we're just going to get like multiple Drew matches all the way till the end of the show. So McIntyre, Ali. Why did they bury Ricochet? I don't know if they buried him. I think he was already buried. I think they dug him up to bury him again. I don't know if losing to Drew buries you. In all truth, I think he had to go into that as the likely underdog. So yeah, I don't know that he's buried there. He's already buried. Can you bury someone that's already buried? Joaquin said, well, Ricochet failed. He did. But to be expected. Drew against Vince to end Raw. So Ali couldn't win a mid-card match against Riddle, but thinks he can beat Drew. Okay. So our hopes for Ricochet dead. He's now officially a jobber. Well, I don't know what they're doing. I mean, I don't know what they're doing with him. He's such a talent. AEW would love Ricochet. He is the most AEW star that's not at AEW. Like him or Ospreay, they would probably love Ospreay as well, and they would obviously love Okada. But there's no denying they would love to get their hands on Ricochet. Days Logan Paul is going to come out soon and go after Drew. Maybe Bad Bunny's going to come out soon and go after Drew. David Connolly says Brock has to return. Raw is such a mess. It gives me a headache. They make common sense mistakes. Why don't they at least try and make the show make some sense? Says Don15. Was Logan Paul supposed to be clickbait or something? No, he's on SmackDown. He's part of the Kevin Owens Sammy feud. Days, I am picking my... Wondering if Ricochet could still bounce back from this. Well, he can bounce back, definitely. He's very agile. Yeah, he can bounce back from this. All he needs is a good run, doesn't he? Just needs a good run. They've just got to invest in him. He's just got to pick up some wins, get some momentum going, you know. He can still... They can still... He's not dead in the water. It's just they've got nothing for him right now. But I think the bigger concern is they've had him for a while and they just haven't done anything with him on that main roster. It just doesn't look like they've got any confidence in him. That's the concern. Right, 17 minutes to go. 17 minutes to go. We don't actually know what is going to close Raw this week. It might be that Drew beats Ali and then someone else comes out and he's going to have to beat them as well. And maybe the show ends with Drew and Bobby staring at each other. Guest of honor Logan Paul this Friday on SmackDown. Obviously, Linda is coming out last, says Omeron. It's sad that I coincidentally can say that I have got a better creative mind than company's creative writing team, says Corbin. Right, Ali on the outside, Drew in the ring, Ali jumping in. Drew picks him up, Ali, chop block. Sort of like a gauntlet match this now, isn't it, for Drew? He's had to get past Ricochet. Now he's in there with Ali. Pretty sure there's going to be someone that will come out after this as well. And I'm sure he'll get through them also. I hope Bobby beats Drew at WrestleMania, says Austin. Days, if you could wrestle a match, who would you challenge? Kayla Braxton. Edge will not have any long reign, says Laurie. Days, if Edge is to have a long reign, then how would you go forward with the Romans booking? It's tricky, isn't it? I mean, I feel like he still needs to be all over the show like he was. I still think he needs to be as big a focus as he has been. I don't know what face he would go after. I don't think... I think that you'd have to play out him and Edge for a little bit longer. And then move on to something else. Maybe you do Roman Cesaro. Maybe Cesaro beats Seth. Then it's Cesaro and Roman in a feud. And then we get Cesaro finally getting his chance at the title later in the year. So perhaps he does manage to beat Roman. Maybe, I don't know when. I don't know how you do it. I don't know when you do it. I think it's hard. I think it's harder to book Edge and Roman after Mania if you go that way. I would say you carry on Edge Roman for a bit, then you bring in Cesaro. I feel like Cesaro's got the most momentum out of the faces at the moment. And certainly he will have if he gets past Seth. You can always do Roman Big E, but Big E is still the IC champ, isn't he? So it doesn't feel like their paths are going to cross unless Big E loses the title. If Big E loses to Apollo, then you could do Big E, but hard to see them colliding so soon. Lovely suplex, belly to belly by Drew. Samoa Joe would boost my rating, says Zachary. If Brock isn't returning, why do they keep making Drew mention him in promos? Has he been mentioning him in promos? I mean, he's been talking about beating him because it was like one of his biggest achievements. Ali is down. Drew going for the Claymore. Boom. Connects. 1, 2, 3. So Ali has been beaten. So Drew beats Ricochet. He beats Ali. Is there going to be anyone? I mean, we've still got 12 minutes. Going Ghost says, if Roman drops the title to Edge, you could do Roman versus Brock. Brock as the face. Old Heyman guy versus... That's true. That's true. We would need Brock to come back for that, though, obviously. Drew says, is there anyone else? Come on, Lashley. Drew says, give me a microphone. Come on, Lashley. Everyone tried. It's time to be a man. So he calls out Lashley, and he says to Lashley, come on out. And Lashley's music hits. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Lashley is going to make his way down to the ring. The almighty. Making his way down to the ring. What time is it? It's probably time for a commercial, isn't it? Commercial break. The Brooklyn Brawler's going to come out. Mike said, Days, maybe WWE are bringing Logan Paul to try draw new viewers. Yes. Yeah, that's totally why they're doing it. It's totally why they're doing it. They're not doing it because they find him intellectually stimulating. Brock will come out at the end of the match. I want Brock. People have been saying Brock is coming back since the Royal Rumble. Will Brock come out? Look at all this talk of Brock. Where's this all come from? Where's all this Brock talk just suddenly arrived from? Hang on, there wasn't this many people cheering for Brock when Brock was in WWE. Where were you all then? Where were you all then? I was seeing nothing but Brock hate when Brock was around, but now everyone wants Brock back. Fickle. That's what wrestling fans are. Fickle. Daniel Bryan was right. Fickle. Pork Flazer. Sonny says, guys, stop. Brock is stuck in Canada. TX Base says, hypocrites. Efron says, that's exactly what I was going to say. Eldritch says, yes, but we're going to boo him when he returns. We want Brock. We want Brock. Brock's music hits. Boo! We want what we don't have. Brian was indeed right. We need Brock. JJB Gaming says, at this point, I want Brock to destroy the whole Raw roster. Lesnar. Boo! Oh, they've brought Brock back. For the record, I love Brock. I've always been a fan of Brock. I think I've always thought he's legit. His matches always feel big. Whenever his music hits, you can't help but go, wah, boom, 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 boom. I'm like that. I feel like that guy, you know, the guy that was in the crowd, Brock Lesnar guy. Do you know what I mean? When Brock's coming, you can't help but go, boom, 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 boom. He is cool. He's moody. He is cool. So, yeah, I'm down for it, man. I'm down for him coming back. I'm down for it. I think I do want the Roman Brock story more than I want Brock getting involved in this, but I'll take him in anything, to be honest. Take him in anything. He can go after the 24/7 belt if he wants to. Bum, 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 bum. Days, I know a lot of people love Rhea, but I think Rhea needs to actually do a Raw match before she wins the title. Asuka should win at WrestleMania, and Becky Asuka can continue. That'd be good. I'd be down for that match. I'm kind of torn on Rhea. I think it's really early for her to win the title. I mean, it's kind of like reaching the mountaintop right at the start. It's a bit, I don't know. It's not much of a boyhood dream come true, is there? Mainly because she's a girl. Draven says, imagine the two-face crowd chant, we want Brock, Lesnar sucks. Yeah, but being said by the same people. We want Brock, Lesnar sucks. We want Brock, Lesnar sucks. Amazing. Brock is in the chat right now. Hey, Brock. You suck. But we love you at the same time. We've got Drew in the ring then. Lashley's made his way down. MVP on commentary. How long have we got? We've only got 5 minutes. You can't prevent the inevitable. McIntyre, Lashley at Mania. I never needed anyone's help. Did you forget what I did to you at Elimination Chamber? The mauling that I gave you at Elimination Chamber will pale into insignificance compared to what I'm going to do to you at WrestleMania. This is the almighty era. I know how bad you are. You're bad, you're bad, you're really, really bad. If Drew McIntyre didn't exist, you would be the man in this company. Drew's promos here are great. Lashley is afraid. He pushes Drew. Drew fires back. They're going at it in the ring. Takedown by Lashley. Lashley throwing in some big strikes. Kick out by Drew. Lashley. Knee strike to the midsection by Bobby. Headbutt by Drew. Claymore-ish by Drew. You better bring more than that. Corbin? Corbin? That is the most WWE thing I've ever seen. We want Brock. How about Corbin? How about King Corbin? Do you want King Corbin? I think they said they want Corbin. No, they definitely said Brock. I heard Corbin. God damn it. Give them Corbin. But they want Brock. Give them Corbin. Here he is. Dress him up like The Undertaker. It's Corbin in black with like purple motifs on the side like Undertaker. God damn, that is good. I don't think people will like it. I think they definitely want Brock. Give them Corbin. Boo! Hurt lock applied. Ragdolling him around. Ah! Ah! He's screaming at him. Corbin's like, this is the new Hurt Business. God damn, this is good. Look at these two together. Yeah. This is the Hurt Business. Oh my God, they've put Corbin with Lashley. God damn, this is good. Ah. Oh my God. I love this, says Austin. Well, it might bring some much needed credibility to Corbin. Are we moving away from the king thing? Because he isn't wearing a crown. So Corbin and Lashley are now the Hurt Business. So Hurt Business lives? Yay! It's just now Corbin and Lashley. Oh. Hurt lock applied. I love Austin's enjoying it. Bold business. It's the bold business. Bold business, says Dave in real life. Bold business. Maybe this is Brock dressing up. That's a good shout. That's a good shout. It could still be Brock. He's slimmed down. We are in the almighty era. There he is, standing over Drew McIntyre with Corbin by his side. Bobby Lashley, who was tired of being let down by people that couldn't win. He was tired of being let down by Shelton and Cedric Alexander. He was tired of not having people around that can operate on his level. Has gone out and got Corbin. So I think that's wonderful. If they're about to invest properly in Corbin, sign me up. Sign me up. I think that MVP and Lashley can bring some much needed credibility to Corbin. It's just a little difficult right now to get on board with the logic, but it could lead somewhere fun. I'm saying that now so that if it does turn out to be quite good, people won't go, "Oh, you hated it at first." I'll be like, "Go back and watch it. Go back and watch it. Yeah, we had fun with it, but I did also say that it could work. Could work." Austin said Corbin is the best. Lesnar sucks. Global Elite Wrestling, shout out to you. Hasib said, I pray to God they don't add King Corbin to the WWE. No, they're not adding him. He's the... You remember how King Corbin had henchmen? He is now a henchman. He's the henchman to Lashley. The King has become a henchman. In all fairness, I dropped to sleep through that, so I'm not going to score it that high. I'm going to say 5. Omeron said, how much madness do you want? WWE? Yes. 4.255. That's rubbish. Global Elite Wrestling. Shout out to you, my friend. Share your thoughts. I didn't think I could ever hate Corbin more than I already do. Rate it as low as you want. Oh, what? You don't like that end? John says they should have had Corbin wearing his crown and taunting Drew with a bow peasant before your kings. Well, I think they're moving him away from the king thing. I don't know that the king thing worked for him ever. King Corbin and all of this. I don't know. Do you know, it's weird. I don't know that gimmick works in 2021, the king gimmick. I think it worked back in the day. But I don't think it works now, like being a king of the ring and having that crown and that gimmick. It doesn't work. It's not edgy enough in this day and age. It doesn't mean anything. I think it's more a symbolic thing. If you're the king of the ring, it's a more symbolic thing than an actual gimmick, I think. Are they saying that? I don't even know what WWE is pitching and aiming at now. I don't know what demo it's aiming for. Because we had segments tonight that are straight up preschool. Straight up aimed at... They're so childish. Even Riddle is losing his trail of thought. Even Riddle is like, no, I can't do it. I don't know what I'm meant to say. Even Riddle is botching over it. I mean, we had Hey Hey Hop Hop. We had Game Night. We had Riddle. We had Asuka turning up her kind of silliness. But at least with her, it was to counter Rhea Ripley. It's to make Rhea Ripley look even more straight down the middle. You know, Rhea Ripley can cut through the nonsense with how straight and how to the point she is. That wouldn't work as well if Asuka was to the point. Asuka can do to the point, but it doesn't work for this storyline. She needs to bring that kind of more childish, more wacky out there kind of personality so that Rhea can cut through it. So I get that. But yeah, I don't know. It was what a weird Raw. What a weird Raw. I kind of feel like I feel like all the matches are in place and they needed something for 3 hours tonight. And we needed something that was not really going to change the direction of WrestleMania. We needed a shock. We haven't got any surprises, so what are we going to do? And I think they sat around and they're like, right, what can we do? We haven't got any returns. All the matches are made. We need an entertaining show, but we can't really change direction. What do we do? It's not even the go-home show, so we've got to do something. So like, right, how about if we actually split Hurt Business? That would be a shock. Okay, we can do that. What about the other segments? Do we just do matches? Well, we could maybe look at doing some talking segments. Dirt Sheet. We could do Dirt Sheet segment. We could do Riddle Xavier. Yeah. How about we do a game night? We could do a fun little game night thing. Okay. Honestly, this is not great storytelling. What we've seen tonight is... Holy flip, we've got a Raw, we've got nothing to put on it. Can we kill some time? That's the booking. That's the booking. I swear a lot of them words I've just said have been said backstage. I don't know that they would go out of their way to, well, they would. We all know they would go out their way to actually book these segments. I'm here trying to justify them as killing time, but we've all seen enough WWE to know that these are actual segments that they would actually book. Maybe I'm giving them too much. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit. Maybe I'm here trying to go, okay, guys, I think what's happened is they had a Raw. They needed to fill it. No, this is probably something they had planned for months. I'm probably giving them too much credit. Oh, flip. Flippity doodah. 5.95, 9.2. Well, Brandon loved it. Global Elite Wrestling said, do you think Becky Lynch will be back at WrestleMania? I hope that she makes an appearance. Darnell says 5.95. Get your scores in. I didn't see the scores. Fire them in. I missed them. Anna said, we all wanted Brock, Joe, Keith. We got Corbin. 4.5. Yeah, that in a way that does sum it up, doesn't it? Guys, we are listening to you. Yeah, we're drowning in money at the moment. We are listening to you. We try to put smiles on people's faces. We give the fans what they want. Here's Corbin. My mind is spinning. I feel like I've been deep sixed. 5 out of 10, says Sonny. Nico Guy says 7. Philip says 3. William said Corbin needs bigger opponents. Bobby will bring those to him. Corbin loses the King gimmick. Maybe moves on to a no-nonsense character like Test. Yeah. I mean, yeah. What I would say is that I think you're going to see a bit of criticism of this show online. I actually still think that there was worse Raws at the start of the year. I think that this could be good for King Corbin. I agree with what William said. I think that if you're going to have Corbin as no... I mean, like, look, if you said, do you want to see Shelton and Bobby in a group with MVP, I would have been like, not really. Because I wouldn't have confidence that they would book them that well. And in all fairness, they didn't really book them that well. I kind of think the Hurt Business as a collective were cool. Honestly, when maybe they were standing up to the initial Retribution was quite cool. You know, everyone was a bit scared of what was happening and they were like, we'll sort this. Didn't they go up to Shane or Adam Pearce and went, look, how much are you going to pay us to sort this problem of yours out? That was cool. That was a great moment. But then when we saw Retribution, it fell apart. But yeah, I think that was probably when they were the best. But then, like, you know, Shelton and Cedric not being booked that strong, I think was not great. But at least MVP with the Kane as a manager came out of it. That was great. Bobby and the Almighty era and him being a champion, that was great. So there's definitely great stuff that came out of the Hurt Business. And obviously the Hurt Business apparently still lives, but only now it's Bobby and it's Corbin. Can they do for Corbin what they've done for Lashley? That's the question. I think Corbin is someone that has never worked. In NXT, he was not an engaging character. He was maybe a little better as the lone wolf than when he got to the main roster. They still tried to keep the lone wolf thing, but they ended up shaving his head, which was good. When he became GM, that was probably the most engaged I was with him. But even that started to lose steam. Then they got rid of him as GM. Then they very quickly made him King. King, all right at the start, and then lost its way. This feels like a big opportunity for Corbin. This feels like one of the first times, maybe since him winning King of the Ring, that we could maybe do something here. I mean, don't forget, they've tried a lot with Corbin. He won Money in the Bank. He won King of the Ring. Like, didn't he win the Andre Battle Royal? I feel like we've tried a lot with him. This might be one of the best things they've actually tried with Corbin. It's just hard to get excited about it now because it's Corbin. Do you know what I mean? I think I can't be alone in going because he's so his matches are so it's just so cringe. but putting him with MVP, having him standing with Lashley, this could work. I will go on record as saying this could work. I'm not going to say it's going to work, but it could work. So we'll see what comes of it. I understand it's not Brock, but I think I'd rather do Brock Roman anyway. If we are going to get Brock at all. So I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. It might lead somewhere. It might lead somewhere good. It might lead somewhere good. It's just funny. It's funny because I'd imagine social media are losing their mind right now. We wanted Brock, and they gave us Corbin. I can see the memes. What we wanted, what we got. I can see the memes right now. It's an easy meme to make. If you haven't made it, make it. Do you know what I mean? Jump on Twitter now. What we wanted, what we got. I'm sure you'll get some likes. But it might work out all right. It might work out all right. Trey Gaming says 4. Shaquem says 5.8. Michael McBride says 4.25. Austin says 7. Just for Corbin. Austin's a fan. J14 says 6. Stuttering Steves says 5. Fun Games 123 says 4. Eldritch says 0. 6.25. 6.5. Days, never thought I would ever be saying these words, but I can't wait for Logan Paul to appear on SmackDown with Sammy and Owens on Friday. Well, let's see. Robert, shout out to you, sir. Says that he enjoyed spending this time with all of you kind people out there. Yeah, it's cool, man. It's cool. I really love... I mean, I obviously do a lot of talking because I'm very aware if I don't talk, it'd be quite a dull stream if I'm just sitting here. So I do tend to do a lot of talking, which does stop me getting into the chat as much as I would like sometimes, where we get onto a theme and that's it, you know, we're off, we're talking. But I would hope that everyone is sharing their thoughts in the chat, getting their points across. We've obviously got very opinionated people, and that's great. That's awesome. That's what we're here for, share your opinions. We've just said try to be respectful of people's opinions. But I think we are as a community. I think we've got a really great, really vibrant community. So, yeah, I must admit, I mean, like Raw at the start of the year was a bit of a struggle. But I don't know what it is about this one. I know there's been some bad segments. This doesn't feel as bad. I think it's because things didn't feel as pointless. I suppose like the game night thing was pointless. That was just to kill time. But it still resulted in Amos. Do you know what I mean? Like showing that he was... I like the fact that Amos wasn't playing along with it. I love that. That was good. You know, if Amos had been really trying to answer, like, is it a son? Is it a... and playing a part, you would have been like, look at what they've got Amos doing. But they actually used it as a way of Amos kind of standing there. You know, AJ's really going, come on, what do you think? What? And Amos is just, like, not even playing. So I kind of like the fact that Amos is above this nonsense. And he just grabbed the mic and said, you know, at WrestleMania, all we've got to do is beat you, and that's what we're going to do, kind of a thing. So there might even have been a little redeeming factor from that. And not only did we get that, we also got the hey, hey, hop, hop thing. We did get a nice strike from Bad Bunny. I'm going to give credit there. Striking is important in wrestling, how you throw your shots. We saw the criticism for the Dark Order shots on AEW. Do you remember that guy that was like really rubbishly throwing shots, and Twitter and social media just destroyed that guy, and rightfully so. Can't accuse Bad Bunny of not throwing a good strike there, so kind of thought Bad Bunny looked quite good with the shot that he threw. Granted, it was one shot, do you know what I mean? I mean, we're not going to lose our minds over it. He's going to need to work a whole match, but I'm quite happy to give him credit for what we did get to see. I still don't think he should be having a match, but that's, you know, doesn't affect this week's score. I thought the start of the show was good. I thought the end of the show was good, actually. Having Drew in the changing room, the locker room, I thought was good. I know there's concern about, like, Ricochet, but he got TV time. It's better than not using him at all. I'm sure Gulak would have loved to have had some TV time. Like, had a match and got an entrance and all stuff like this. Got a bit of offense in. So yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of torn on it. I know that this wasn't a great Raw, but I definitely don't feel that it's down in the 3s and 4s. I'm not feeling that. I would, if someone said, "Do you want to watch a Raw from January, or do you want to watch this one again?" I'd watch this again. I'd watch this again. I mean, like, even with the botch, I'd watch that again to see, was it a botch? I'm 99% sure it was. I'm 99% sure it was. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about these segments that I find redeeming in a way. Still not good. I'm not saying this is acceptable. I'm not saying this is what Raw should be every week. I'm just saying that I'm still finding something in this. What I struggle with is pointless match after pointless match, where they do, like, if we were just going to get AJ Xavier, I don't care, because we're going to end up, whatever happens at WrestleMania, we're going to end up with that match. We're going to end up with them facing each other. So AJ versus Xavier achieves nothing. I don't care. Don't care about that match. And we did get it tonight, and I didn't care about it. So that's where I struggle. I struggle with these matches that are just, they don't matter. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. It makes no difference. We're still going to end up with the match at the pay-per-view. But at least we kind of got some segments that maybe gave us something else. I am struggling with the score here. 803, Domain 1 says, Randy versus The Fiend should be Hell in a Cell. And why, Baron Corbin? Well, they might be investing in him. They might be looking to improve him, change him, tweak him. I can't see him doing, like, cringy stuff with standing next to MVP and Bobby Lashley. So it might work out. Which botch? There was loads in the show. Oh, the Riddle one. The Riddle one's got to be the king. That's king. King botch of the evening. They need Billie Kay and her resume. I give Raw one thing. We got a talking point. It was a pretty pointless show. Convo with creative. What do we need tonight? We need more. More what? More botches. More silliness. More insanity. I love it. Yeah. More everything. They didn't subject us to yet another boring cringe Randy ending, but this wasn't really any better, says John. I kind of like the Lashley-Corbin alliance. This proves that Lashley is intelligent and that he had a plan laid out the whole time. I like alliances in pro wrestling, so I don't actually hate this. I could see them calling them the Almighty Powers. That's actually not bad. 6.25. I really like Corbin. Liam, interesting. Harley said, "Days, good news for you that it isn't a Funhouse match yet, and Alexa is treating it like it will be in ring." I hope it is in ring. I hope it is in ring. I think everyone wins if it's just going to be a straight up in ring. I think it'll be more enjoyable for me and those that aren't into the supernatural stuff. But I genuinely think as well that even for Fiend fans, you're getting an entrance, you're getting a match, you're getting to see the Fiend actually get his hands on Randy. I mean, honestly, even if you're into the supernatural stuff, do you not want to see the Fiend like get his hands on Randy and destroy Randy for what he's done? I mean, I understand that you can do that in a Funhouse match to a degree, but I kind of feel like in wrestling, like getting your hands on someone, the violence and beating them up and whatever, that's what wrestling's all about. I understand that this isn't really wrestling, it's more sports entertainment. But I would think that Fiend fans would want to see that as well. So hopefully a straight up match, a good match. I really hope it's a good match. I really want it to be a match that we all talk about after. I do. I genuinely do. I want it to be good. I want it to be a good match that we're all really positive about after. And it's like, did you see that Fiend match? Did you see Fiend and Orton? It's really good. Really, really good. I think Fiend needs that as well. So I hope that's what we get. My concern, as I said earlier, is that Alexa said Randy thinks he knows what's going to happen at WrestleMania, but we've got a secret for all the Fireflies out there. Randy will die. And honestly, I'm at the point where I have to take that as being literal. I have to take that as he is actually going to die. So I am slightly concerned by that. But we'll see, won't we? We'll see. I didn't think there was anything too bad with her promo, to be honest. I thought Fiend on a swing was fun. Didn't he have his arm like up here? That's what cracked me up. It wasn't so much that he was sat there like looking menacing. It looked like he was like leaning on the swing. I'd have to look at it back, but it looked like he was like just chilling. He was like chilling on a swing. Fiend. Maybe even Fiends like to have a day out in the park. I don't know. So he seems to be chilling out. That pairing will be good for Corbin. I hope they give him a good push. John said, whatever it is, we'll be talking about it after. I'm not holding out much hope. At least we've got to see Fiend, says David. I know what Gulak needs to do to get back onto TV. An updated version of his PowerPoint presentation. They were good. In 205 Live, they were good when he was doing his I forgot, yeah. Doesn't even feel like that's the same guy. But it was, wasn't it? Yeah. That's a few years ago, that now, wasn't it? Right, I need to give this a score anyway, because I've only just saw the time. We've been chatting away. It's been a weird night, actually. I feel like this stream, we've had some fun. I feel like Raw definitely gave us some talking points and things we could joke about. I think maybe it was so cringe at times, and maybe even, dare I say, bad at times, that's... I don't know. But as a result, maybe I enjoyed it. Oh, I'm so conflicted. There's definitely parts of this show I wouldn't want to watch with friends. I know that much. Do you know what I mean? Like with you guys, I feel safe because I think we all know. Do you know what I mean? I think we all know that this has been a bit cringe at times. But like someone that doesn't watch wrestling, if it was a kid, you'd be fine. But like if you was to sit down with like a partner or something and they don't watch wrestling and they're like, this is the week you want to introduce them to it. I don't know. I don't know if this would be a good week. Drew looked good, though. Drew looked good. Bobby looks good. I'm so conflicted. Do you know what? I said it's not a 5. I'm going to go with a 5.75. I feel like this isn't a 6. I can't go to 6s. I really can't go to 6s. I think this is a below average show because I do think there was like cringy stuff. But actually, I can find some fun in there. I can find some things that I enjoyed. I can find some stuff that didn't make it so cringe. It wasn't so cringe and so crushingly bad that I was like looking at a clock waiting for it to end. The show actually went by quite quickly. So it's not like I was like dying of cringe or anything. But I know it's not a great show. I know there's cringy moments. I know this isn't what we would want as a typical Raw. We have to say this is below average. We didn't really get enough good storyline development, if you will. Although the Hurt Business split was good. And Corbin joining, I don't mind so much. I thought the Rhea Asuka story was all right as well. I didn't need them having a tag match for next week. What is going on with that addiction that Vince McMahon has got? What is that about? Where all these people that are facing at WrestleMania have to go for flipping tag matches. So I'm not sure about that. A hard one to score. But that feels about right. Austin says 5.75 feels fair. Jake Holden says 5.25. Brian says 5.5. So yeah, around there. Close. I had Raw at 5.5, says William. Listen, this is honestly me just going with a gut feeling. So I could have gone 5.5. It's a lot. If a lot of people said 5.5, have they? Maybe I can change it. It didn't bother me in the slightest. 5.5. The only reason I said 5.75 is because I said at the start it didn't feel like a 4 or a 5. But then I thought, well, actually, it doesn't feel like a 6. I don't even think a number has been invented as to what this Raw feels like. This Raw feels like it was in a parallel universe, like with bad segments that didn't offend, that I actually found some stuff in all right, but I still know they're bad. But I can't score them low because part of it entertained me, but I can't score it high because I know they were bad. And I wouldn't want to watch with a friend because they're cringe. But equally, I wasn't looking at the clock because they were all right. This is one of the weirdest episodes of Raw I've ever watched. There's not a number invented for me to really give it an honest score. 5.55, 5.75, whatever, around that ballpark. I think that's fair. Raw was 5.5 for me. Well, there we go, Austin. There we go. Then that feels about right, doesn't it? That feels about right. Hey, look, I think I've kept you hostage long enough. I really appreciate the support. I hope you enjoyed watching Raw tonight. My head is spinning from it. I have no idea if this was good or bad. If someone said was Raw good this week, I'd be like, I don't know. What do you think of Raw? Was it good? That might be my answer. So, I don't think it was. I wouldn't want this every week. But for a one-off week, there was some stuff in there. Okay. I'm going to go because I'm not even making sense to myself anymore. I think this Raw has broken me. Right, I'm going to go off to have something to eat because I still haven't eaten. Appreciate the support as always. We're back tomorrow for NWA on this channel. Wrestling Escape Pod over on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. Then, of course, on Wednesday, we've got NXT and AEW. Bit of a quiet week this week, but I'm sure we'll still find some streams to do and things to do. But it's all about next week, isn't it? It's all about the 2 days of NXT and the NXT UK and WrestleMania. And, man, we've got some big stuff on the way. So thanks a lot for joining us. Really appreciate the support as always. Have a great evening wherever you are, my friends. And hopefully, I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.